Hello. Okay, I just realized that I have something that's kind of messed up, but it's fine. We'll be fine. This is my first time. Well, this is my second time doing anything like this before, so. Oh no, we lost Dovey. That's okay. I'm assuming she'll be back. But anyways, we're out here. Happy to be here. I came from Gen Possible server. Oh, yay. I'm so glad that everybody's been like making connections and like coming through. It's so sweet, really. Oh no, my box is messed up too. Hang on. Please hold. Okay. There we go. Okay, I think things will be working now. I have like this box outlining us, and every so often it just like freaks out. So I'm trying to make sure it's fine before we get going here. Because if it's not, I will lose my mind. Let me do this real quack. There we go. Okay, sorry. Okay, there we go. That should be fine, right? Is it fine? Is it fine? Yeah. We'll call that fine enough. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm just like really picky. And I thought I had it right, but then I accidentally maximized something and it got messed up. Okay, anyway, here we are. This week's episode, we're going to be focusing on identity. So our episode is titled "You're Not Enough," but with like an X in there. So like you're not blank enough. Because I feel like a lot of us have had like situations in our lives where we sometimes, I guess, people or like various situations can make us feel like we're excluded from our own communities. So that's kind of what our main focus is going to be on today. Let me turn down this music. Anyway, so let me unmute Discord. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
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 All right. So before we get started, we'll like introduce ourselves and then I'm going to go over our bot commands that we have today. So for anybody new out there in the universe, my name is Shalene. I go by Mean Shalene because it rhymes and it's like a way to get people to pronounce my name properly. I'm not really mean most of the time. Unless you're flaming me in video games for being a woman, then I might be a little mean to you, but you know, it's whatever. I don't expect any of those people to be here. And yeah, I'm a bisexual Latina and I've been streaming for a while, but I mostly do like variety, never really anything like this. So I'm really excited to be like breaking into like this podcast space. So yeah, anyway, Ounce, do you want to go?
Yes, I am by the ounce. I'm a non-binary gay streamer here, Salvi. Since you explained your name, I love to be 420 positive and teach people about cannabis culture. If anyone's ever curious, you're more than welcome to ask me. I'm not a professional, but I've done a lot of my own research. I love people having safe, positive experiences with cannabis, and it's legal in my state, so there's other ways to get it. I'm just saying. But anyway, yes, I'm so happy to be here.
Yay.
Hey.
Ed, you want to go?
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Ed, or I Geeked Out. I am a queer Mexican content creator. I like to play a lot of cute, cozy indie games. Some Dead by Daylight. A lot of Dead by Daylight actually. I'm getting back into Animal Crossing, and yeah, my pronouns are he, him, and yeah, I'm happy to be here again.
Yay. Thank you for being here.
Yay. Of course.
Jen?
Hello. I'm Jen, or it's Jen Possible. I love Kim Possible a lot.
So I decided to just kind of float together. And also it's like a little mantra to be like, hey, you're a positive person. Sometimes
Aw.
be nicer to yourself. Sometimes be nice. It's just more of a be nicer to yourself type of thing. I am demisexual and also bisexual. I go by she they pronouns, and I've been streaming for 4 months officially, but I've been on Twitch for a long time.
Very nice.
Congrats.
I like
Hey.
that. I love your
Glad.
username. We were actually talking about your username the other day when you hosted me, Jen.
No.
Because we were like, we love that username. We love Kim Possible. So
Thank
it was
you.
great. My community liked it.
It's cute.
But yeah. Well, I'm Sailor Dovey. I go by Dovey. I am a variety streamer, but right now I really like playing Among Us, especially with my friends. I am a queer, Hispanic, Latinx, Latina creator. I've been on Twitch also for a while. Not the most consistent when it comes to streaming because life happens sometimes, but right now I am trying to be more consistent. I'm trying to be more there for my friends, my community, and yeah, that's me. Hi.
Also, I love your outfit.
Same.
You look
Thank
so
you.
cute. Very
Honestly.
festive.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Julian?
Yeah, hi, I'm Julian or the Juliancito. I am a queer, trans, Jewish, Boricua, ADHD streamer on Twitch. I play a lot of different games, kind of whatever piques my fancy when I hit go live. But a lot of cozy games, Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, Forager. I play Dead by Daylight, large variety of games.
Yeah, I feel like we're all kind of in that like variety space. I feel like it's more fun, to be honest. I'm really glad that I like don't feel like confined to a specific game.
Yeah.
So that's really nice, and I think it's cool that like that's pretty much all of us too. So yeah. All right. So oh, it's a dress. Oh my god.
Yeah. It has
Okay.
pockets. It's really nice.
Ooh.
I say bitch all the time, so if I ever say it, I'm so sorry. But I was about to be like, oh, bitch. But anyway. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I'm jealous. All right. So to explain just a quickie, just a real quick, we have a few different bot commands for you guys. We have our padlet, which is exclamation part padlet. Of which I don't actually have open, so let me open that bad boy up. All right. So let me see here. Sorry. Anyway, so that one is if anybody wants to like post a comment or a question, anything like that can go into the Padlet, and we'll be checking it out throughout the stream along with the mods, making sure that like everything there is kosher. We also have Hablamos, which it like has all of our information on it. I need to change Marisol's. And then we have exclamation point H Discord, which is an invite to our Discord. Hopefully it works. It should. It really should. But I did. There's not a whole lot in our Discord right now. I feel like more channels would come as like we go. But that's kind of where we're at with the bot commands. Let me fix this. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so that's there. There's like a pass through. So I would just make sure you read the welcome channel carefully so that you can get yourself in. And then there's like pronouns. There's not really, like I said, there's not a whole lot, but it's there. I also made us a Twitch channel and a Twitter. So the hope and the dream is to shift things away from my channel and be over there whenever I guess feel comfortable enough to swap us over. Right now I'm just kind of like, I don't even know how that would work really. So I'm just trying to figure that out. But we do have that. The Twitch and the Twitter are both Hablamos TTV. And then that's also our Gmail. So
Ooh.
we're
Ooh.
fancy. I secured the name. Oh my god. But yeah, so let's go ahead and hop into it, I suppose. The main topic of this episode, like we said, is identity. So the main idea out of my notes is that what has happened in your life that has made you feel like you aren't enough? Whether that's like not brown enough, not Latina, Latino, Latine, Latinx enough, and how does that translate for you into like the Twitch universe? That's like the overarching kind of topic and like comment, right? So our first point to like bring up is if any of us have done like genetic testing, like we've gotten like our DNA tested, how we feel about that. And I know we touched on that a little bit last time, but I feel like we didn't really go into it. We just kind of lightly glanced at it and then glanced away. So I know, Ounce, you have gotten yours. But has anybody else, I'm not sure if anybody else did do their DNA testing, if you would be interested in it. And do you have, if you have a comment on it being like ethical or not, if you would want to share that too, like how does that whole thing make you feel, I guess. So I'll start. So I like, as far as like ethics goes, since that was like the last thing that I mentioned, I feel like I understand why some people have like a problem with testing like that, because it's kind of weird, you know, like it's kind of odd to think about, like, oh well, where do you really come from and things like that are just kind of like strange. One thing that came up for me is like, I just pulled up mine. It's like you can look at your ancestry composition with 23andMe. That's the service that I chose to use. And it says that I'm like 19.5% Native American and then 43.4% Spanish and Portuguese. So like the thing that's like odd for me that like comes up, it's like, well, what does that mean? Like I understand like how like colonization like impacted things like this, right? But like also like trying to trace that like Native Americanness to where or who, what, when, where, why, anything like that is just like, it's like a weird space to be in. So I don't know, that's like something that came up for me personally. And then I guess just like finding out like the percentages was kind of weird and like made me a little bit curious about things that have happened. So yeah, Ounce, I'm gonna pick on you. How do you feel about it? And like, like, walk me through like what you found out and like how you kind of felt about it afterwards, I guess.
So for me, it like initially, I'm not even kidding. I did this as like, oh, let's just do it for fun on stream, you know? Like didn't even think about like, oh, what could I be finding out? What could I be digging into here? I kind of just did it like to see what was up. And it's interesting like that we discussed this last time as well, but when you're filling out like a census, for example, and it's asking for like race and ethnicity, and I'm like, I don't know what to put. It doesn't really feel like there's an option here for me, you know, because I never really identified as like Native American, even though on my DNA test you can see that it says 77% Indigenous American, which I had no idea, you know. And to me personally, these are just numbers because you can connect with different aspects of yourself to different extents, you know, being like having different like ancestries in you, that doesn't necessarily have to restrict you to being like, well, now you have a label, now this is what you're going to be from now on, you know, because I might not identify with a certain part of my ancestry. For example, 12% European can't relate. I really can't, you know? I don't know what that life is like. I don't know what it's like to be seen as European. I've never experienced any of that. And still, like I said, like finding out 77% Indigenous American, even then I'm like, I still feel like I can't relate. And that's 77% of me, you know? It's so
Yeah.
wild. So to find that out was very trippy, especially because, like I said in the last episode as well, I don't really have that bridge with my ancestry that I wish I did, because my family didn't really talk about their Salvadorian experiences when they lived in America. I only got bits and pieces and stories from my grandparents from either side of my family. And anything else that I found out has been through research of my own. I found this website that I sent you not too long ago, Shalene, that showed colored maps of where the history of certain tribes, specifically in Latin America, migrated from and to try to get an idea of like what tribe my family could have possibly come from. And for me, interestingly enough, one of the bigger reasons why I would love to connect is because of my health. Because there's a lot of things that we as non like typical or like non fully genetically like whatever people consider American, you know, or like living in America can't handle, that our bodies, like where our ancestry come from, are used to. For example, diets, you know, diets are so vastly different in Latin America and here in the United States. So I grew up on a very heavily Salvi diet. So losing that bridge with my parents meant losing a lot of that connection in the dishes and that aspect of culture that I don't really have anymore. But I would still like to try to keep alive. And also be a generally healthy person, because a lot of the food here, my body doesn't necessarily handle it well. And to the point where I have GERD now, you know, because I need to really, really watch what I'm eating and what I'm putting in my body, because my body is really disagreeing with a lot of the things that are here. So there's a lot of different aspects to this genetic testing, and for me that was the experience that I had, and I personally don't see anything wrong with it. I think that it's very easy to read a little bit too into them, and I think it's easy to get carried away with them, but I also completely understand if people don't agree with it and would rather not find this out, and fully respect that. And I think that in general, people need to remember that that's okay as well, you know?
Right. Like it's people's choice ultimately.
Exactly.
Like whether you want
exactly.
to send off a piece of your DNA to like
Yeah.
them, whoever they are, you know, like it's definitely valid on like multiple points of like why you wouldn't want to do that. Like one of the big things I think for a lot of people is that like you're not going to tell me like who I am, like based off of this. Like that's just like not gonna happen, which is something that I do feel, because it's like you're largely like European, but also there's this 20%, and it's like, okay, but like also I grew up in like a very pretty traditional like Mexican family, like on my dad's side, and so like that still would resonate with me, even if like my genetic testing came back and it's like you're white as fuck. So I would just be like, okay, well, that's great, but this is still like where I grew up and like where I'm from, what I do, how I react to things. So whatever. But yeah, I think that's definitely valid. Has anybody else here gotten their DNA tested? Have you guys done it?
No.
Would
No.
you want
No.
to?
I would be interested, to be honest. I just don't know which one to pick. Because I know some people say, like, oh, these places are shady or things like that, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't know where to pick, but I would be interested for sure.
Yeah.
I'm very split as well. Because part of me would like to know, the other part of me is very like, I guess almost cynical. I'm like, okay, well, if I send off my DNA, now it's gonna be in a database. Like, what are they going to do with it? What's the government going to do with
Right.
my DNA?
That's what my sister was saying too.
Right. No,
Right? Like, but
completely.
it's a valid concern, right?
It
And
is. No,
like,
It's
absolutely.
very
Yeah.
valid. Historically,
like-
especially in the US, POC who get their DNA or blood used have gotten screwed over. So it's a very valid concern.
definitely. And like the other thing too is that like when we start talking about DNA and percentages or blood quantities and things like that, it gets really, really dangerous because blood quantities have been used to deny people their heritage and their ancestry, to deny people services, you know, and on the flip side also like to keep people out, right? I mean, if we're thinking about specifically, if we're going to be talking about, let's say, Native Americans and the blood quantities that have been used to say, oh, well, you know, if you get down to like a low enough threshold, whatever that is, right? All of these things that the United States government has promised to Native Americans, well, you don't get them because you're not Native enough. And on the flip side, when we think about Black people, we think about the one drop rule, right? And so that has been used against Black people in history to say, oh, you've got one drop of Black blood. That means that you're no longer like, you know, in this equal, you know, part of society, if you will, right? And so it can be really dangerous. And so while I'm really curious to know for myself, I can't help but think about those things, and like it just brings up a lot of concern for me.
And I think a lot of people hyperfixate on percentages a lot. Once you start knowing things, you're like, oh, you know, and so like, and like Julian said, then it becomes real dangerous because then it's just like you're not X enough for anything. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like I'm conflicted as well. Like I want to, just because there's speculation that we have Japanese ancestry as well in my family from my mom's side, and so I'm just like very curious, but at the same time I'm very sus, like I am, of this government. So
Right. Well, and like,
you know,
that's the thing too, is that like ancestry.com is like ran by like the Mormons, and so like I am pretty sure that one's the one, because like they have a fuck ton of records and shit, and so it's just like, well, who do I want to give this to? Like, what are the downsides? What are the cons? But also, like, I do like how he brought up and mentioned these, like, this topic of, what percentages disqualify you from certain things. Because there's been, like, a lot of things that I've seen, come up, like, last year that, the one that I remember specifically was, this girl who was adopted out to a family and then taken away from the family who raised her, because her percentage of like Native American was high enough that she should be with the tribes, instead of with like being raised by like white people or whatever their ethnicity was or race was. I really remember. I think they were white, but that was something that was pretty crazy, because I don't know how I feel like completely ethically about like that situation or not, but I did feel bad for like her and the family that like she grew up with, and then to like just be like snatched away from everything that you know. But she should have been placed properly in the first place is also a problem. So I don't know. It's really complicated. Let me see here. Also, quick side note, Julian and Jen, you guys are muted in Google, so your captions don't come through.
Okay, just a quick.
There you
Okay,
go.
yeah, okay, there we go.
Just saying. I just noticed it a minute ago when Jen was talking. It just like went gray. I was like, wait, is my stuff broken? But yeah. Anyway.
Is it working now?
Yeah, let's see here. I heard you and it lit up, but it didn't come through in the captions.
Hi. Is it on me though?
Make sure that your mic is properly selected in the Google Meet, because I thought I saw it
should be.
light up, but now it's not lighting up when you talk.
My God. Hold on.
Sorry.
Do you want to
sorry
change your name
pull
too,
us away.
Jen, before you
Yeah, and
Before-
I changed my name too, and I don't know why it's
Okay.
not going through.
maybe like exit and come back in?
Yeah, give me a second.
Sorry, guys.
Of course. I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't be. I just wanted to make sure that it gets on there so that if anybody watches it back, like what you're saying is
Okay.
there.
Let me just check the settings real quick.
Technical difficulties during a stream? Unheard of.
Literally my
I-
entire stream.
Honestly
Always.
though.
I'm queen of technical difficulties.
Oh, guys, same. Especially when you're streaming and you're like, "Hi, everybody," and the mic is muted.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
oh
the
my
worst.
god.
Let's see. Is it working?
So make
No, I don't
sure that
see.
you have your mic unmuted and just mute the tab itself for the Google Meet.
Yeah, it's showing your mic's muted in the Google Meet.
Okay, how about now?
Ooh, okay, it's working
Yes,
perfect.
there we go.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
In your
Mhm.
mind.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
So-
Making sure.
Sorry, y'all.
everybody's here. No, don't be sorry.
Good
It
eye.
happens. We are all human beings. I mean, I might not be, but you know, it's whatever. All right. So that's like kind of like an opening, I guess, for like what we're going into next. So something I wanted to bring up with us is what, if anything, has someone ever tried to use to disqualify you from the, we'll just use Latine community? Has that ever made you feel disqualified? And then we'll get into the last part of that after we start talking about that. So for me personally, yes, absolutely. I feel like because I don't speak Spanish fluently, that's always been something like with some of my cousins who I don't even know where this comes from. It's just like this like I speak Spanish elitism that happens in the community sometimes, and it's just like it's not my fault that I don't speak Spanish though. I said last time my dad he's my Mexican parent. My mom's white. And my dad is like one of 8 kids. And then my grandmother, she was like one of 11 kids. And like there's just like so much family, and like the timing of their immigration to the United States is like odd and also troublesome because we're from New Mexico, and like how the fallout of like the Mexican American War kind of like contributed to all of that. And like so because my dad was the youngest out of like the family who did speak Spanish, they were already going to like US public schools and learning English and getting punished if they weren't using English, and it was just like really complicated. And so that like trickle down effect ended up happening so that my dad can understand fluently. He cannot speak fluently. He can kind of, but it's not great because he never had to use it. And then I, as a result, never learned either. So like that's something that's like been something that people like hold over my head consistently. And then just like also because I'm very, I'll say very right now. I've been getting tan lately, okay? But just like my skin color, I'm pretty pale in general. So like, because I don't leave my house. I've got like that gamer complexion since like 2005, you know, so that's also been something. It's like, you're Mexican? And I'm like, yes. Sorry, like, I guess that I'm not what you have, like, preconceived about, like, Mexican people to look like, but also I'm, like, half, so there's that too, so just, like, those things, and, like, that would be, like, another one of those, like, percentage things that comes up. It's like, oh, well, your dad's Mexican, and also, he's not from Mexico, he's from New Mexico, and I'm like, but do you know what New Mexico was before it became a state? And it's just like stuff like that. It's just frustrating. So I'm gonna go backwards this time. So Julian, has there ever been anything that people tried to basically take away from you? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So kind of a lot of the same things that you talked about. Not speaking Spanish, being very light skinned. Um, I last time I had mentioned that when I was very young, my dad changed our last name, so I grew up with a very white sounding name. And so um it honestly was something that, like, everybody in my life was trying to keep from me, including my parents. And when I finally kind of learned, like, okay, that my last name had been changed, they had even said to me, like, um, oh, you can't, you like, yes, we changed your last name, but you can't talk about it. You can't tell anyone about it. And I was maybe like 6. Like, what the hell do you know at 6, right? Like,
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay, why? And like, I was
Yeah.
the answer that I was given was basically just like, oh, some people just wouldn't like it. But I was like, oh, well, that still doesn't make any sense to me. I'm 6, like,
Right.
but um so that was like something that was coming from my parents. And again, like, there was a really big disconnect between my dad's side of the family as well, specifically with his mother, because I think that I think that a lot of people on his side of the family, like, weren't thrilled that he married a white Jewish lady, but especially his mother. So she didn't come to, like, my Jewish baby naming, and so then that kind of created a rift, and then it just kind of, so we didn't get to spend sometimes as much time with them, although I'd probably spent more time with that side of my cousins than the other. And then by the time I was in school, like in 6th grade, when we started learning Spanish, again, because my dad had changed our last name and I didn't have a Spanish last name, when I tried to tell people, yeah, I'm Puerto Rican, but I clearly was not fluent in Spanish and didn't have a Spanish name, they were like, oh, no, you're not. I was like, well, but I am. And I mean, even to this day, like, if I tell people I'm Puerto Rican, they'll tell me that I'm not. And I had one guy try to tell me, oh, you're not Puerto Rican because you've got straight hair. And I was
What?
like, what? Like, what is that?
What does that have
Do
to do
you-
with literally anything?
I'm like, have you, like, met Puerto Ricans? Because we literally come in every single hair texture, every single skin color. Like, there's a wide variety of Puerto Ricans. And, like, also, if you really want to take it back, the Boricuas, the Tainos, are all Native American who have straight hair. So, like, what? So yeah, there's been a lot of just really weird things that people have tried to gatekeep and all of that. And it definitely makes you struggle, with your own identity and feeling valid.
Yeah, I think it definitely just like grinds on your self-esteem a lot. And then also it's just like when stuff like that happens to you at such an early age, we don't have the vocabulary at that age to tell people like how it is. Like, we can't say anything, like we don't know anything about how any of that stuff works. Like, I mean, some of us probably do, but I mean, that would be like I feel like that's a very small population of like people who teach their kids how to like fight back intelligently, because that's the thing too, is that you have to constantly monitor who you are and like how you're presenting yourself, because otherwise then it's like, oh well, there goes that like sassy Latina girl, and it's just like, shut up.
The
So
stereotypes.
yeah, it's
Mhm.
really frustrating.
And even the time period too, because we're talking like, you know, late 90s, early 2000s, when we really weren't talking about race and ethnicity and identity the way that we talk about it now. And I'm sure even, you know, 20, 30 years from now will be a whole nother, you know, type of talk, and it'll be way different than how we talk about it now. But back then it was kind of like you just didn't really talk about it.
yeah, for sure. Dovey, do you want to let us know if any of this has ever happened to you?
I was gonna say I've been privileged in the sense that nobody has ever questioned, me in any sense like that. I have a very Spanish name and also last name. Also, when people see me, a lot of people, just recognize, like they see a sibling or they see. So I've never really had that experience myself. Um, like I've had other experiences, but definitely not that. So no, this does not apply to me. And I think it's because my first language is Spanish. I think also that plays a lot into part that, maybe if I didn't, I would have those, but I don't have that.
Yeah, for all right, Jen, do you want to let us know?
Jen is ready.
I don't even know where to begin because yes, I have. Even currently, like I do. I think when I was younger, I think for me it was very hard for me to grasp that concept. So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm Afro-Dominican, and so it was really in question is my blackness. It's like people will be like, I'll be like, yeah, I'm Dominican, and so when you're 6, 7 years old, you're like, you're just Dominican. It's what you are, and they're like, no, you're Black and Puerto Rican, and I'm like, no, I'm Dominican, and I didn't understand. And so then as like, or if my first name is Jen, they're like, even now as an adult, I will be on the phone and, I'm talking to people, and then I notice that they're probably struggling, that English is probably not their first language. And then I switch and I ask them, do you know Spanish? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, thank God, and I feel nice, like, helping them out. But then there's other people that are like, oh, wow, you sound so good. Your English is so good. I'm sorry. What? So for me, it's just like, I feel like I've never been, it's either, or like I'm really light skinned too, like I'm light skinned, so I'm not Black enough for people. Like, oh, why do you call yourself Afro Latina if you're not even Black? And I'm just like, well, thanks for invalidating me. We love to see it, So I think it happens to me a lot, and I've gone back in my life within my own family, all the microaggressions, the colorism, just kind of slaps on in. So yeah.
That's even more shittier that like it's not just strangers too, but within your own family too. Like
Oh
And
yeah.
that
yeah.
really
Yeah.
fucking stings.
And well, DR is known for their colorism. They love to deny it, but we know it's there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just like, I don't know. That's so just like crappy on multiple levels. Because like you said, like you have people like questioning like your Blackness, and also just like your like where you fit into like this Latina spectrum that people have. Like I don't know, it's like it's so hard to explain, but like I feel like those of us that are like in this like generation and younger understand that like people who are like Hispanic come in like all kinds of different shapes and sizes, different colors, different accents, even like within our own Spanish, because like there's like different like groups of people who like speak differently all over the place. And like you can just like look at like the different American accents. So like obviously people are going to speak Spanish differently too. So like that's just so frustrating. I'm sorry. It's like punch people in the face. Ed, what's up?
Yeah, so I think I'm on a similar boat to Delvi, where I've been very privileged to not really have anyone say that I'm not Mexican enough because of like my brown skin. There are times where people will sometimes try to invalidate me because my Spanish isn't because I speak broken Spanish. So growing up, I was sort of forced to. So I'm the youngest in my family. So my two siblings, they grew up speaking Spanish because that's the only language my parents spoke. So by the time I was growing, like by the time it was like for me, like my siblings obviously spoke English to me. So I'm the one who speaks the least Spanish. I still speak it, but it's very broken. So there have been a lot of times where people try to be like how are you Mexican and like you can't speak Spanish well, or like even at work sometimes like I was sort of forced to speak Spanish to some of my coworkers because they felt like if I didn't speak Spanish to them, then I was like too good for them, you know. So other than that, like no, it's usually just like people making fun of me for not knowing Spanish.
Right.
Well, at least so.
Relatable. And like the
Yeah.
accent.
Right, yeah.
Oh my god.
Like
right.
sometimes I have troubles rolling my R's and like like
Yeah.
I'm trying, y'all. I promise. It's like it's not me. Like it's not that I don't want to speak Spanish. It's just like I'm at the point where people have really just made fun of my like American accent speaking Spanish to the point where I literally stopped speaking it for quite some time, and now like I'm at a point where I'm just like I try. I mostly speak Spanish to like my parents and to like close family, but unless I have to, I won't, just because of my experiences.
Yeah. Yeah, if
That's
I'm
so shitty.
forced to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
fucking shitty.
No, it is. It really is. Like that fucking sucks.
Yeah, like I bring this up, like I brought this up with my friends too. Like even in high school and college, I took Spanish because I wanted to like learn how to speak it properly.
Yeah.
And both like especially my high school teacher, they added this pressure like, oh, you're Mexican and you're taking Spanish class, so this is gonna be easy for you. So we're gonna make it even more like difficult. So like the double standard there is like, I'm just trying to I'm on the same boat as everyone
Yeah.
else. I'm on
Yeah.
the same level. I need to learn, and but like for instance, like when we had to write 10 sentences, they would make me write 20 because they already assumed that I was like I wrote well, I spoke well. I'm just like, please.
Oh my god.
I'm here. I'm just
So
here to learn.
That
Yeah,
is
so like
so
what-
awful.
Nasty.
What's
That's so
extra
funny.
upsetting about that is that like they don't even recognize that here we are in America all speaking English as our native language, and yet
Right.
every year what do we have to take? English.
Right.
Still we have to learn to read and to write and to like make it grammatically correct. So like why would that not apply to Spanish or any other
Honestly.
language for that matter? Like that just drives me
Yeah,
nuts.
yeah.
Me hiding with my master's in English. Oh my god.
So-
Yeah, no, it is. It's awful. Go ahead. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
say.
What I hate the most about that, Julian, is that they don't also accept that there's different kinds of Spanish. There's not one generalized Spanish that every country speaks. We
Mhm.
all have our special words, our colloquialisms, and some of us grew up with those things and some people didn't, you know? So you gotta take, like, what, not just that, but what also makes me really upset is that this is in the education system. That should never be the mentality when you're being a teacher in the educational system. You should never just assume something, and if you want to know, ask the student, take the time, sit down with them and ask them. If you really don't assume anything just because of the color of someone's skin or because you're assuming that they're gonna know Spanish, you know?
Yeah.
What if this is someone who lost like a bridge in their heritage and they never got a chance to speak Spanish, you know? And they want to take this opportunity to speak Spanish. That's what makes me really upset, because it pains me to hear when someone who doesn't speak Spanish feels ashamed or embarrassed because they don't speak it well, and they want to practice or learn more, and they feel ashamed to or don't want to or discouraged because of what other people say and how they treat them and how they behave about it. And I just really hate that.
That part.
I feel like it was also very important as someone that might, as an immigrant that came here to the US, like I wasn't aware that what Jillian was saying, that they were not allowed to speak Spanish in schools and things like that. And I feel like a lot of people that come from other countries, like Spanish speaking countries, don't know that history. And because we don't know that history, it's very easy for us to assume that maybe someone that came here, they wanted to assimilate and they wanted to just get rid of their roots, where it's completely wrong. There were reasons of like they were not allowed and things like that. Like I wasn't aware of that history.
Yeah, it's really,
So-
really, really ugly.
Yeah.
When we get into like the history episode, I'm gonna probably talk a lot about like New Mexico and like how that whole situation came to be, because basically, in a nutshell, I would say that the Mexican families that were living in New Mexico had to convince the Union that they were Spanish and not Mexican in order to become a state. So it's like pretty messed up, like some of the stuff that happened here. I know it's like messed up everywhere, but that's what I can speak to the most of anyways. It's just like they were banned from speaking Spanish at school. They couldn't even like I think there's like they couldn't pray in Spanish. They couldn't like talk to their friends in Spanish, like if they had like recess or whatever, however that looked in like pre 20th century recess. But yeah, they were punished, and like I know that there was like what is it called, like corporal punishment, where they would like smack you with like rulers and stuff, or like sent to get like beat by the principal, like stuff like that. It's like pretty crazy. So yeah, it's just really sad, and I feel like stuff like that starts happening to us at such a young age. And like I said, it's like the vocabulary. Like we don't have that vocabulary to say anything about it or to stand up for ourselves. And like right now, what I'm experiencing is like I'm teaching 5th grade for the first time. It's been interesting. I have like I think 6 students who have Spanish as their first language, and like the thing that I'm having happen right now is just like their confidence is like the biggest thing, because they're really self-conscious about like their English and like how their writing is. Their reading and writing is like the hardest part for me, and it's just like I often pull them aside and like have them do like self-affirmations of like, I'm amazing because I know 2 languages, and like I try to build up that confidence and like help them have like this like I don't know, this like sort of vocabulary of like just being proud of who you are. Be proud of yourself. And like sometimes I throw in a little bit of like shitty Valley Girl Spanglish in there, because like I said last time in Discord, like I was raised on the movie Clueless, so I kind of like talk like an idiot sometimes, but it's fine. Anyway, so I just like throw in some Spanish here and there. They're like, you know Spanish? And I'm like, yeah, like I do. It's not great, but like, and like I'll listen to them talk like at recess. Like a few of the kids get together and like that's what all they speak is Spanish, and it's like I can understand what they're saying, and like it's so cool like that like education is like in some places moving forward, whereas like when some of us were in school, like we had those Spanish teachers who were like exceptionally hard on us for 0 reason, because it makes no sense. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No.
No, you're good.
I think that's where I feel like, for me at least, it's very. I was very privileged because, yes, I was born in Jersey, but I lived in Dominican Republic. So I count Spanish as my first language. But I came back in '99, and so I had the privilege of being in bilingual classes. But I learned English again in whatever actually learned English in that first year. So I did have a bilingual teacher, and she was very encouraging. So I'm glad that kids have you as their teacher, because even though you are just giving you say it's broken Spanish, they have that confidence to know that they can come to you and they can understand that, you know, as you said, you struggle too. They see that and they struggle too learning English. And so at the end of the day, they have you, and that's something that probably another teacher couldn't have given them. And so I think
Thanks.
that more teachers need to be like you, because when I got to fourth grade, I was never, I like, that's when they were like, oh, she knows English enough. But I still have issues. There's still issues um with words. Like I forget words, and when I speak Spanish, people are like, "Oh yeah, for a fact, you're Dominican," and I was like, and I'm proud of that. And I think some people make it seem like you need to stop being too Dominican or speak too Dominican. I'm like,
Oh
what is
no.
dialect? It's dialect. It's
Right.
literally dialect. Every country has their own dialect, and it is what it is. And I think we need to embrace those dialects and to understand that it's needed, because then that's how you learn people's cultures too, through the dialect of the language, at least
Right.
personally.
No, I agree. Like my Spanish teacher in high school, he was from Colombia. And then I was forced to take Spanish again when I was in college because I guess that's what was offered. It was either that or American Sign Language, and I was like, I'll just take Spanish, like whatever. But I had to take the class is the point, I guess. That's why I said forced. And I had my professor, one of them was from Ecuador, and then the other one, I think she's from Nicaragua. So like there's like these different like dialects, like you said, and then there's regionalisms that happen within those dialects, and then everything is just like spread out. Everything's a little different. It's like, but like embracing those differences is like really interesting and cool too. So yeah, it's just kind of sad that like I feel like that wasn't or hasn't really been like the norm, is like embracing the differences. Yeah. Let's see here. Something that I wanted to bring up, which if it's uncomfy, we don't have to talk about it, but I did put it in Discord. So I wanted to ask if any of us have ever really.
Before you continue,
Oh,
real
go
quick,
ahead.
do you mind if I answer that last question?
Oh no, go ahead, go for it.
But also Jen, like that's the thing as well. Like even within the countries, there's so many different dialects too, and it's like you're gonna find those differences even within the damn countries, you know. So that's definitely something that people need to keep in mind. For me personally, I feel so interesting in the sense of like I felt both sides of the coin because I grew up in East LA, surrounded by mostly brown people, like and we spoke nothing but Spanish at home, and it was easy for me to understand. I also considered Spanish one of my first languages, and I didn't get out of ESL until like third grade. But as I got older, like even at my schools where there were a lot of other POC, like Spanish was not really spoken at the schools during lunch, recess, you know. Like even with my like I had my cousin who went to high school with me too, and we didn't speak Spanish to each other, you know. But at home, we only spoke Spanish. There was nothing but Spanish at home. And anytime I got a chance to show my parents like any little bit of English, and they spoke English decently but very broken. But I noticed that from all the interactions with like family and stuff, there was very much that elitist attitude of if in like super. I think that's one of the biggest struggles within all of our countries personally, is the hardcore embrace to traditionalism, because that also highly embraces machismo and latches onto these toxic roots that don't give us the opportunity to actually appreciate our differences like we should. And it's interesting because the feeling of becoming alienated from my culture went hand in hand with feeling alienated because I was gay, because I'm gay. Because at home, I was more alienated for being a little too feminine for their taste, and then at school, same thing. But with language, it was like no English at home, but no Spanish at school. So it became this dichotomy of like, oh my God, what's my identity? You know, like who really am I? And then it really got exacerbated when I left home for college because I stopped talking to my family, and I was surrounded by nothing but white people, and there was nobody to speak Spanish to at all. The closest I got to was going to Latin restaurants and ordering in Spanish. And even now, that's probably the closest I get to speaking Spanish IRL, like outside of Twitch and stuff, which makes me so grateful to have these opportunities and communities that I can be able to speak Spanish with and to, and understand Spanish to, but also appreciate those who don't, you know? And if they want to learn, I would love to like teach any little bit that I know. But like I said, I noticed growing up, there was very much that attitude of, oh, your cousin just had a kid. And then, like, a couple years later, oh, but she didn't teach them Spanish. She didn't teach them Spanish. They don't know Spanish, you know? And then every time that, like, they would come over, and I had multiple cousins who were like that, they were like, oh, so of course it comes up and it becomes an argument of like, okay, so why didn't you teach your kid Spanish? Okay, but your kid doesn't know Spanish. Now you're too American, you know? And so
Yeah.
it's like, I personally never really identified as like American. I say so because I was born here, but I don't necessarily identify with being American as much as I do with some things about my culture. But at the same time, I don't identify with a lot of the toxic traditionalisms that I know are rooted in my culture. And so it's kind of hard to be like, yes, I'm very proud to be Latine, you know, and I am, but there's a lot of things that I'm not proud of that our cultures um, exacerbate
100%.
and encourage, and would love to see a break away from that sort of thing, which makes me happy to see a lot more heavily in like the Latine culture, Latinx people as well, who are a little more, I feel like, progressive, less focused on like the traditionalism holdups, and able to be more forward in connecting and accepting each other regardless of our backgrounds and appreciating each other for them. And I really love that.
Yeah. I agree completely with what you said.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like this like idea of being alienated from like your own like culture and like your own like group, even your own family, is like really just like crazy. And I feel like one of the things that like really just like kind of pisses me off now that I'm like raising a boy is that like there's like also this just like double standard of like girls being able to do things that boys can do, and like it's celebrated when girls do that, like, oh, how cute, look at my little girl in her Spider-Man costume. And then it's like, oh, but if my little boy wants to dress up like Elsa, it's a problem. So like different things like that just like really, oh, there go my dogs, just like irritate me. It is really frustrating. And then like this whole idea of like being American, it's like, do I identify with being American? I don't know. In some places, maybe, but I don't have the same opportunities as like straight up white people have across America. I am white passing, so I do probably in some places, but like because of my last name and like my family's last names, and it's just like there's so many like other things that go into it that really complicates like my identity and everybody's identity. There's just like these like different complications that happen, and it is just like really unfortunate that like we have to like fight for who we are. And it's like super frustrating, especially with being like a member of like the LGBTQIA plus community. It's like, am I even allowed to like say this in front of my family? And like
It's like living like a double life sometimes, to be honest, because
is.
that's
Yeah.
something that I can tell you, like growing up queer in a Hispanic household was extremely difficult, especially going to a Catholic school. Like you always feel different from your classmates. You feel different from your parents, from your siblings. Sometimes you feel like you cannot speak about these things because of the way, going to religious school. Like I kept thinking a lot of times, like, am I going to hell? And it's horrible for a kid to think that, like extremely, and not having that um confidence to reach out to a parent and say, is this gonna happen? Because you know that 99% of the time they might react with violence, you know?
Mhm.
So
That's-
it's like by yourself trying to figure out all these things and you don't have anybody. And that's when also representation matters. Because I remember the only representation that I had, like when it comes to like queer stuff, I think it was like this show, Queer as Folk and the L Word.
Oh my
And
god.
I remember hiding. I remember like going to my room and be like, okay, super like volume like on 2, subtitles on, because I don't understand. Like I cannot hear the English. Like, oh my, it was just horrible. And I really wish like that wasn't the case anymore with like the newest generations, which it probably is not as heavy as it was for probably a lot of us growing up. But yeah, it's like living this double life.
Yeah, I
And
feel-
it breaks my
yeah.
heart. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, it just breaks my heart that like this happens within our own families. Like your parents are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to teach you and show you and have these talks with you of like, oh honey, it's okay, like things are gonna be okay, maybe if you're different that's fine, like fuck what people say, and supposed to be that sort of support for you, that rock for you. And when even your own parent doesn't want to be that for you, how are you supposed to feel? Who are you supposed to go to? Who can you ask? Who do you have the confidence to ask, Because who's going to actually want to answer who doesn't really know you?
Right.
And it's really fucked up. Um for me, I was very grateful to have cousins of my around my age who were relating in that manner, and we got a um not too long ago, actually, I reconnected with one of those cousins that I grew up with, and it was so fascinating to discuss and look back and think about everything that we experienced growing up, seeing where we are now. By the way, we're both very anxious messes. And kind of reflecting on like these topics of like, did you ever feel like this? Did you ever experience this? Did you ever see or witness this, and then to actually share that with someone, like, I don't know about y'all, but after these, like after last week, for example, I definitely felt some sort of little bit of weight lifted off, and a little bit of relief, knowing, not relief because I don't like that other people are going through this, but there's a lot of power in solidarity. And I think that that transcends borders of like gender, sexuality, all that. If you have that experience of enduring some form of discrimination, there's so much power in that solidarity of being people who have been put down like that and treated like shit. A little bit on the topic that we were earlier. It's interesting that you say that, Shalene, about your last name, because I never experienced that in the same sense. In fact, I experienced it in the sense that a lot of people thought I was Asian or Filipino, and often still do, because I have a Filipino last name, a traditionally Filipino last name. And going back even further to the first topic we started out with, ironically, that was also one of the reasons I took my DNA test, because all I heard was stories about how, because around my parents' generation in El Salvador, there was a civil war going on. And so my grandma had multiple husbands. And so there was heavy speculation that one of them was Filipino. But so it was very interesting to get confirmation that that was not true, because I didn't have the capacity to actually ask my grandma, but also she probably wouldn't have answered, because when they came to America for some reason, Actually, I think it has a lot to do with, I think, what Crad explained last time, with religion being the main base of where our people could commune. That's a big reason why they became very, very like into the Baptist church and didn't really discuss or want to talk about those things. In fact, growing up, like my family was the kind that were like, do you wear makeup? You're going to hell, like that sort of thing. And it's
Yeah.
particularly and especially, and there were no men who wore makeup in my family, but women, treating them like that and just having that standard. But anyway, that was my point, that I didn't really experience that with the last name in that same sense, but in a
Yeah.
different sense.
Well, that's like something that I was going to bring up too, is like how you mentioned like what Crad was talking about, is that like that was like the only way that we could have connections when like we first like came wherever, is like through the church. So like something that I was thinking about when we were all talking about this is since our parents are this generation that's kind of like right after the like super church generation, which our parents can still be too, but like as far as acceptance goes, our family, like I guess our parents and like that average generation, not still being afraid of like what everybody thinks, I guess, is like something that I see a lot, is that like they don't want to be the auntie and uncle that have like the gay kid. Like they don't want to be like this or that, because they still care so much about like what the family and the community thinks, even though my family doesn't even go to church. My parents don't go to church. Like who is there to be ashamed of me? Nobody even talks to me. I don't talk to any of my family, really. Like who cares? Like really, it's just like not even a big deal. And then like so I'm bisexual. I thought for like a long time that I wanted to like identify as pansexual, but I'll stick with bisexual. And that's like something that like I've chosen, like as far as like what to call it anyways. And like I remember I've never been able to really talk to my parents about it. Like I've never said anything about it. And like I remember I posted something for like Pride a few years ago, and I was like, oh yeah, PS, I'm bisexual, like the end. And then like I remember my dad like blocked me on Facebook because he was like, whatever, like the family's gonna see it, like blah blah blah. And I'm like, I really don't care. So it's just so frustrating. And then like same thing, I like outed myself as like an atheist like last year, and like there he goes blocking me again. And then my whole family like went into like panic mode, and they're like, did you hear that Shalene is an atheist? And like it's just like, who fucking cares? Nobody should care. If you care so much about my immortal soul, then maybe you should have done a better job raising me. Just kidding. But no, it's just like I'm like the heathen in my family because I'm like a radical feminist, atheist, and like I am very outspoken when it comes to like my point of view. And so it's just like fitting into that family even now is hard. So like my identity is like always in question. And it's just so frustrating. But, you know, like I've been blessed with like being able to find these friends along the way to like make my own family. And guess what? My friends, they don't care about any of that stuff. Like it's like they accept me for who I am. And I think that that's like why Twitch is also such like a beautiful space, even though it really does have its problems, which we can all acknowledge. It's still a really awesome space in that it brings so many connections forward. So whatever else it has going on, at least there's that tiny little aspect, that little grain of rice in the pot. So yeah, I don't know. It just kind of, yeah, I do definitely just feel like my identity is always in question. Sometimes with myself, because I'll even like start to doubt myself based on like different things that I hear, I guess, too. So it's just frustrating. Also, Ounce, I'm so sorry that I like almost passed over you.
No, you're
Oh
good.
my
You're
God.
good.
Going backwards threw me off. So sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, so I'm gonna move us to this topic of and again, if we're not comfy talking about it, we can skip over it. But I was wondering because I have, and I was curious if any of you guys have ever felt like you were tokenized for any sort of part of your identity. And then the example that I gave here is white people gathering us up to use as a shield and or to appear more woke, whether that is our queerness or our I would say ethnicity, I guess, even though I still consider it more, I personally identify it as my race, I guess. But anyway, I have had this awful experience on Twitch specifically where I made friends with, and I mean, I'm sure all of us have met people on Twitch who didn't turn out to be like who we thought they were anyway. Like, we don't have to go into details, but I met this person who I thought was like my friend, and then after the fallout of that relationship and looking back, I realized that I was being collected as part of this person's like social appearance to like be more woke. So I was like the queer Hispanic person, and a friend and like my girlfriend, who I'm very close with, obviously, is Asian, and like she was collected in that mix as well as like a queer Asian person, and I was the queer Hispanic person. And then like I feel like there's other people who are in that circle as well who have also been collected by that person. So it's just like stuff like that. I don't know if you've ever been tokenized, and if you have, I guess like how did that like come to, how did you come to that conclusion from that situation? Ounce, do you want to go first?
I'd have to think about that actually. If
Yeah.
anyone wants to go after, I mean, now.
I've been in that situation, and it happened here where I live now. So where I live predominantly is upstate New York, and it is predominantly a white area, and the town that I live in is white, and so most of my friends up here are white. So it was in college actually. It was my first year when I transferred into the new college that I went to. It was just kind of like, oh, and I noticed this. It was because of our other friend who's black, and I realized this very quickly, probably like a few months in. And so here I am. He's black. I'm a black Dominican woman, and so they were like this specific person was always mentioning like, oh, Jen, you're always so spicy, always so angry, always so this and that, and they're like, oh, or like they will be like, oh, we can't take you anywhere because you just don't know how to have a normal conversation sometimes. And I'll be like, I'm sorry, my
Oh
tone
my
of
God.
voice is not quiet enough for you. Like, I will be talking just like this. No, nothing, just this. And they'll be like, that's a lot. And but it didn't start off that way. It was just gradually went to
Adobe's
these,
eyebrows
to like
have hit
them.
the ceiling.
I know. It would just gradually go up this way. So
Wow.
one day they said something, which honestly, believe it or not, today on my Facebook memories, it popped up because I wrote a status about it. And it popped up, and I'm just like, it's been 3 years since I like officially cut this person off. Amazing. We love to see it. Because I stand by what I said. You can't use me as somebody to be like, oh, to make your friend group look more,
Right.
I hate the word exotic because that's not, because but that's what they were making it seem like.
Right.
Oh, I add something, some oomph to your friend group, and then you get mad when I am who I am and I speak the way I speak and I act the way I do because you feel, I don't know, threatened. I don't know. So that I was always, for a long time, I felt, and I was a token friend, and I felt like other people realized it too, and they didn't say anything, which also hurt. And so then after that situation, I told them, I was like, look, I love y'all, but I'm not here to be a token friend. Either I'm equal or I'm not. And they were like, no, we love you. And I was just like, all right. So I call people out, and then when I call people out, they know they messed up. Because I was just like I want y'all to keep me, accountable for things that I say that might be out of line or out of pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I will do the same for y'all, but I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm just trying to say, look, this is wrong. And I'm explaining to you why this is wrong. But when you're speaking over me and you're not attempting to listen to what I'm saying, that's when I just literally shut down and I'm like, all right, bye.
Right.
And then I'm perceived as the angry black woman. Yes, I am the angry black woman, TM, and I'll forever be that person. It is what it is. So, oh yeah, same. I hate the word exotic.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
let's
no,
just
don't say it.
be clear that that's on them, not on us.
Oh no,
So if
yeah,
we-
it's on them.
But yeah, like
Mhm.
if we use it as an example, I think it's fine.
Mhm,
I mean, because it is like we're aware that it's gross. Like, and that is
Yeah, I
gross.
don't like it. I
Like-
definitely don't like it.
Aligning yourself with people of color so that you, as a white person, can appear that you are like woke is so gross. And like, since I've had that experience, I feel like it made me really insecure of like making friends on Twitch. And kind of, I feel like I've held back from making these friends on Twitch. Hi, Molly. Molly's my girlfriend, by the way. Misbehave. And like, sorry. And I just like, I don't know. I feel like it took me almost a year. It's been like a year, to grow from that and to be able to trust people again, because it's just like sketchy. I just feel like there's so many sketchy people out there, and like, especially last year when we had like this like rise of like people speaking out about like racial issues and like the police killings and everything like in that sort of like range of like topics. Like you really just like got to see who was there for like trying to like gain clout, I guess, off of like sharing things on Twitter, but they were like radio fucking silent everywhere else, and or they refused to talk about it like if somebody brought it up ever. And like it was just like, I don't know, it's just like really hard. And I mean, I get like not wanting to like bring it up like on your stream because like people get like heated or like whatever. Like I understand where that thought process comes from too, but also it's just like if you don't say anything ever at all, that's like really telling, I think. So yeah, it's hard.
And also, some people don't have the privilege to not speak about these things because it affects their lives in each and every way. And so and I get it, protect yourself. It's okay to protect yourself and put those boundaries and that line of when to cross, but also just like to the point where like you're saying you support this, but you're not speaking out about it. You just only post it, like you said, for clout or whatever on like every other social media, but you won't speak about anything else. Like that's just, you're not using your words, you're using other people's words to make you seem like you're the better person.
Right. Or it's like,
Yeah.
oh, but look at me. Look, I did this.
Right.
Look.
I
And
did
it's like,
this.
do it like something like that I will say from my Christian upbringing that has always stuck with me is like, you shouldn't boast about the shit that you're doing. Not that the Bible says that, but like, you know what I mean? It's like, don't brag about being a good person, because then it shows that you're not being a good person for like true reasons. You're doing it so that other people will witness you. And like, that's something that has always stuck with me. And it's just like, yeah, like whatever, like I'm not gonna go talk about like myself like donating to like these different causes and different charities either, because like that's just like tacky. And like you shouldn't do that. You should just be a good person for the sake of being a good person, not for people witnessing you, which is like the same thing that goes back to like this like tokenizing thing, is that like you should be my friend because you want to be my friend, not because of what I bring to your relationship. Like, don't align yourself with me because you need a person of color on like your Twitch team or like your group that you're in or like whatever. It's just frustrating. Anybody else? Oh, Ounce, go ahead.
So thinking about it, it's funny that you were talking about like college gen, because that's probably where I felt the most tokenized, because like I said, I was pretty much around nothing but like white people, and the POCs were like 1 to a group of 5 white people, you know? And it was just so weird because being in college, and I get people are curious and wanting to learn, but then when you're seen as like that word like like exotic creature, you know, and they're like, oh my god, like tell me about your country, tell me about like everything about you, and like all this at like at a party or something, you know, and I'm like, I'm just like everyone else here. I'm stressed with school and trying to get drunk. Can we not talk about this? Like, I'd be happy to discuss it if you got a joint for me, maybe, but shit, you're not
But
gonna
let
give
me
me
smoke
anything?
it first.
Yeah.
Oh my
But
God.
no, it was just nasty, like experiencing that from, like I said, primarily white kids with very affluent backgrounds who I guess weren't exposed to this before, and even weirder, like experiencing a second layer on top of that, being gay on Grinder and being seen as like sexy for being brown, you know? It's so fucking weird that people fetishize that sort of thing. And that leading into like current events, I feel very much like that is alive on Twitch personally. That every POC basically has to know a white person who got big first to get wherever they want to go first, and try to use
100%.
them as like a vehicle to their own success.
Mhm.
Because that's why I love to see like that London, for example, made like Team Technicolor, because that's led by a POC, you know, that's not led by any kind of white person. And to me, that's amazing, and I would love to see more POC teams out there. Maybe I'm just not aware, not seeing them myself, and they're already out there. But other than Team Technicolor, I can't speak for saying that I see very much diversity in other teams.
100%. I can say that as a like right now that I only focus on playing like 2 games. Whenever you see that the community of the game, so you can see who you can network and things like that, it's always very white, male, straight, dominated. And as a person of color, it's like you'll see that you'll recognize who they are, and you, as myself, I want to network with them and everything. But you can even tell that in those groups sometimes like people will say like, well, there's politics in this, and it's like, yeah, but even in politics we should be inclusive and diverse, because if the only ones advancing are gonna be your white streamers, then yeah, like we're never gonna be seen, we're never gonna have a chance to reach out or talk to other people or even get any kind of opportunities out there,
Right.
It's
like
like
that
Julian
digging
said,
through the
look at that
masses is rough.
lineup. Yeah, look at that lineup of Twitch's top streamers, lacking some seasoning.
I swear when I saw that
Not
picture, I
a
was like,
seasoned
who
chicken
are
among
these
them.
people? Like, I didn't even know who they were.
I
Literally
only
sat
knew
there for like 5
one.
minutes. I was like ill. I
Yeah.
didn't want to say ill, but I was just like,
No, really.
really?
Yeah.
But for
Yeah.
real, like this is what Twitch is. Like at this point, you have like thousands of BIPOC creators on this platform. A lot of them are also small streamers, and you don't even have the decency to be like, hey.
Right.
Yeah.
Of the
And-
few like big streamers, you can't even put them on there. All right.
And
I
we only
guess.
get recognized twice a year.
Right.
There's
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's Black
Mhm.
History Month. Look at these Black creators, and it's like it's Hispanic Heritage Month. Look at these
Right.
Hispanic creators without even recognizing that the word Hispanic can be offensive to our fucking community. And
That
it's just
part.
like, come on. I don't know. It's just kind of lame, but whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Highlight,
However-
highlight. No, go ahead.
I don't go, go. No, yes. I was just like, however, I do want to say I'm very proud that Ed was at the front.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
very proud.
Woo!
That to
Thank
me,
you.
that
Get
to me was
it.
like a big win. To be honest, I thought it was
Yeah.
great.
I know. I saw that. And I
fully
was like,
agree. I fully agree. But the only thing I'd like to see is, like you said, Chalene, see that not just twice a month. You know, like I'd love if we had those POC representation every month. You know, like fuck, make it Hispanic Week every month or something. I don't know,
Yeah.
shit. But
just
get that
recognize
representation
that
on the front
People
page.
of color can bring something to the table too. Like,
exactly.
we're
And not
out
just
here.
Latin people, but also Black people, biracial people, everyone. You know, like
yeah.
add that flavor to the front page daily.
Mhm.
Daily.
Mhm.
Yeah.
that's a fact.
Actually, I never really had I've never really been tokenized, but I'm very good at realizing when someone approaches me just because they need a POC in their friend group, especially like here on Twitch. That's why I really try to limit my proximity to whiteness on Twitch because because of past experiences, but also because I'm aware of like their intentions. Like there have been people where like they try to be friends with me, but when I go back and like lurk in their streams, like they say questionable things, or like if I notice their friend group, it's literally just all white people, and I'm like, what are your intentions here?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's why like when it comes to Twitch and like having streamer friends, I really am cautious of who I befriend. And it's very obvious too on especially like on streamer Twitter a lot. It's just frustrating because a lot of these like I guess from my feed, I have a lot of streamer mutuals, so a lot of them claim themselves as a safe space for everyone. But when I see your community just all white folks, like I don't feel safe.
That's
and
what I was
yeah.
gonna say. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
and
is huge. That is huge.
yeah, and like when you see like their lineups for their collabs and all you see is like all white folks, I'm like, okay, like I don't know, it's very easy to spot, especially like on Twitch and Twitter, and it's very frustrating because like they're really just there to like look good. Like they only invite you to like
Sometimes
to
I feel like they
be-
straight up say it.
yeah.
Like they're like, "Oh, yeah, we need like another XYZ on our lineup. Would you be interested?" And it's like, "Bitch."
You know what makes me really upset about all this too is on top of feeling this way ourselves, you also get put in a perspective or label of, oh, well, now you're just conceited and you don't want to talk to anybody, or oh, you think you're all that, you think you're better than other people. But it's like I said last time, the reality is, as a POC and especially a queer POC, you're gonna have to need those defense mechanisms and
Yep.
have that space between you and the general public in general, regardless of who they are, because of things you've experienced, and trauma is very real for our people, you know, like, and for many other people, but it makes us alert and very fight or flight, and including in relationships, you know. And even with my friends, sometimes I've had my close friends, I've had moments where I'm like, you know, I'm sorry if I'm being a little bit distant. I just really need to recollect or recharge or re-energize because I've just been through a lot right now, and just know that I still love you, but I need my space because there is a war in my head. There is a war that is around me that no one else sees, but my brain sees, and you just need to have that buffer, to protect yourself. And I just hate that doing that for yourself also puts you in that realm of being seen in that light, in that negative light.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People think
Self.
you're actually mean when your name is
Oh,
Mean
yeah,
Celine, but you're
bitch.
not.
Say, yeah, bitch.
I
No,
mean, just
honestly,
some
I
fucking
felt that.
Go ahead.
Oh, big schmood. Self-isolation is so key, and some of my cousins used to get mad at me when I moved up here because I self-isolate hard. Because I come from being an only child for a very long time, and then my little sister came along, but it was me, my books, and my video games.
How many years apart are you?
12 and a half.
Me and my sister
Oh,
are
wow.
7 years
Yeah.
apart.
12 and a half from my youngest sister, because I'm simultaneously the oldest and the youngest from parents. So that's
Damn.
fun.
Yeah, self-isolating is like, it's like a coping mechanism too, because like if you are different, like I feel like that's why I leaned into video games so much, is because like I had like a lot of mental health shit going on when I was a kid, and like that's like something too that like I picked up on that Dovey had said, is that parents reacting with violence to like these different things. Is like I grew up in a very rough house at times, and so I had like a lot of stuff going on mentally, so I leaned into video games really, really hard when I was like 11 years old. I started playing RuneScape. And then from RuneScape, I moved to World of Warcraft. And then from World of Warcraft, I moved into like whatever else that I'm playing like up to now. And it's like, I don't know. I missed out probably on like a bunch of opportunities to like bond with like my younger sibling, and like, I know that she was like going through stuff too. So it's just like really, really hard and like really complicated, and like who you are like really is just kind of like all of these pressures all like come together because of like who you are, and it's just like really, really hard. Julian, did you have anything that you wanted to add before we move forward?
I mean, I don't think on the topic of tokenism, whatever, right? Whatever the word is, I don't know.
That one word, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I've ever had that experience for being Boricua, but I've definitely had that experience being trans and having, kind of, I was thinking that it hadn't happened, and then when Ounce was talking about their college experience and like, everybody being like, oh, tell us about your country, tell us about this, tell us, and then I was like, oh wait, that was me, but the trans version of that, where everybody's like, oh, so tell me about this, and what's this like, and what was your name, and what is this, and what is that, and like, it can be very overwhelming when you're like the only person that people know, and while on one hand I do feel like I personally kind of take on that responsibility, because maybe I am the first and only trans person that you've ever met, and therefore I feel a responsibility to answer questions and provide a certain level of education. But at the same time, it can be very overwhelming. It can be emotionally draining. So, what I try to say now is, at least, like, if you're interested in learning, I love that. I'm happy to help. I'm not a person who's going to be automatically to be like, oh, Google is free, because we all know that the internet has all kinds of information, good, bad, incorrect, right? And so my biggest thing for people, regardless of what the topic is, whether you're interested in learning about somebody's culture, whether you're interested in learning about the trans experience, or whatever it is that you're wanting to learn, is just do a little bit of research, right? Try to parse out what's good information, what's bad information, and then that's probably the best time to then be like, hey, I've been looking into X, Y, and Z. I've read this, that, and the other. Would you mind telling me more about your experience with this? Would you mind, telling me if this information is correct or, something like that? So that way it's kind of like, a little bit more of a like taking on that self responsibility, like to do the research on your own, but also making sure that you're not just learning garbage information.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, and like I resonate with that like personal responsibility that you feel to like give people this information. But again, like it's not you are not the spokesperson for this entire thing, and it's just like when people make you feel like you have to be the spokesperson, that's like really draining too, and the whole thing sucks. Thank you. Water delivery, get a husband, just kidding, sorry. Thank you, I love you. Yeah, it's just the whole thing just like sucks. Like do I even want to talk about this today? How about you consider my feelings before we unpack this giant topic, because it's really just it's too much sometimes, and it's just really hard. So
Yeah, it's
yeah.
really interesting, and I'm curious to know each of your perspectives. A random aside, if you'll humor me. I watch The Circle. I don't know if anyone else here has watched or does watch The Circle, but it's basically like Big Brother, and they do it via text messaging
Oh yeah,
on
yeah.
like it's on Netflix. But anyway, one of the participants, Daniel, I was talking to a friend about this yesterday, but I forgot, and apparently he said he didn't come out to them because he didn't feel it was as necessary for gay people to come out, you know? And to me, hearing that was very like eye-opening and indicative of where some people feel in their queerness. And maybe we can relate to that on a like Latine level, where we don't have to explain to like to someone. But I also love what you said, Julian, to giving that representation, because you really could be, it's true, you really could be the first person they met who's trans or of a certain ethnicity or anything. But I think it's so important, like you said, to, in tandem with asking, doing your own research, and putting in some effort yourself before you bombard someone with questions. Because first of all, I bet they don't even ask, hey, are you in the headspace to answer these sort of questions right now? Because
Yeah.
no one ever does. They
No one
just shoot
asks.
straight away and don't even ask, which is really frustrating. And I really wish that people were more willing and accommodating to and ready, if they're going to ask those questions, to receive answers that they might not be ready for. Like, if you're not ready for that, okay, just take the answer, take it home and think about it. But don't sit here and question me and ask me like 40 more questions from that, because like it doesn't sit right in your mind or you don't fully understand it. Like, think about it. Like, it's not that hard to figure out, like, why do you need to know these things to accept someone for who they are? Or why do you have to have this knowledge when it has nothing to do with you or your identity, and it's not going to affect the relationship between you and me? Like, it's not necessary for you to know. Maybe if we're better friends further down the line, we can have a whole ass discussion about it and open up to each other about it. That'd be cool. That'd be fire. But
Yeah.
when I don't know you like that, and you're coming at me like that with those questions without first checking how I'm feeling at the moment, and if I'm ready to answer those questions or not, it doesn't sit well, and it doesn't feel good.
Well, and that all goes back to like the whole like us having these boundaries put up, and like these like barriers rather. It's just like, I don't know if I can trust you anyway either. Like you're my friend, sure, but like the way that you're approaching this conversation is making me feel like very like on the defensive because I don't know where this is coming from. Like, you just had like a wild thought like one day while you were like riding in your car, and like you're like, I'm going to ask Shalene about her identity today, and I'm like, well. So yeah, like the whole just be considerate, I guess. Being considerate, being kind goes so far. Like, if someone was like, hey, like, I really want to learn more about this, no rush at all. I know that you're like busy with everything, but if you ever have the time where we could like have a conversation about something like this, I'd really, really appreciate it. That approach alone would like go so fucking far for me personally. I would just be like, wow, you're not only respecting like my time, but you're like also like respecting me, and that's like showing me a lot. So I'm definitely down to have this conversation with you. Let's figure out a time that we can talk about it. So it's all like intent and like how you make yourself come off when you're like asking about like big things like this. And what seems like a big thing to someone might not seem big to you, so you always want to like err on the side of caution.
Especially because you don't know what trauma you could be unpacking by asking certain things too.
Right, exactly. Okay, so we're going to go over to racism experiences and or internalized racism. Yeah.
Oh no.
Big boy.
I'm laughing at Jed's face. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spill the tea.
It's a
Spill the
big
tea.
one. So, my first question is if and when you have ever had an experience where someone has ever been like racist towards you because of your identity or and whatnot, anything under that umbrella, I guess. What happened, I guess, if you're comfortable sharing. You don't have to share if you don't want to, because I know that that's like big for a lot of people and like hard to talk about. Yeah, we'll start there. So as is tradition, I'll go first. So for me, I didn't know anything about like anybody being like other, or like I had no idea of the concept of race until I was in probably like 4th or 5th grade. Because it wasn't something that like was talked about like either in my house or at school, really. Because I went to like a white person private school. I went to like a Christian private school until I was in like 3rd, 4th grade. And it just like, it wasn't anything that was like ever brought up at all ever. It was just like, this is what we're doing. We're not doing that. Which if we would have been doing that, that probably would have gone a long way. So that's kind of unfortunate. But like, yeah, I went to like this like super white school, and I was the only person of color in my class all the way 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade. I think we had like one Asian student. And these are like classes of like 20 plus kids. So like, it was just like, I didn't get to experience anybody else ever. And then once I got into like 5th grade, I would say I had my first experience of like being called like racial slurs, I guess, because of like my last name. And like I've said before, but like I've never really, it was never emphasized that like I was a lot darker when I was younger. So like I guess there was like some sort of like, I don't know, I was other to like the community that I was growing up in. So like I guess that was like my first experience, is when I was younger like that. And then like since then I feel like I haven't really had a whole lot of experiences that have happened to me, thankfully. But I feel like I'm again like privileged, like I have white privilege, because I am white passing. So like either my race is ambiguous or people just assume that I'm white. So like it doesn't really ever come up. But that's just me. So Julian, I'll try and go backwards again. Ounce. I'll get you, I promise.
I have not really had any of those experiences personally because I am very white passing and because for 30 some odd years of my life, well, except the first 2, but who was talking to me then? Nobody, my parents. You know, for a very long time I had a white last name until I finally reclaimed that name. And so nobody's really kind of looked at me as anything other than a white guy. You know, I mean, but as far as internalized racism, I've definitely seen it. Heard it for sure. Like I grew up so the town that I actually lived in was a very white town, went to a very white school. I could probably count on one hand, maybe 2, the amount of people of color in my school, and of all the Latines, like out of the maybe 10 or 20 Latine people in school, half of them all came from one family because they were all cousins, right? So like very, very predominantly white school. But the specific area that I lived in was right on the border of another town that was predominantly Latine. And I distinctly remember wanting to go there more often, wanting to be able to kind of be around other Latines. But, and I think this also plays into a little bit of misogyny, a little bit of internalized racism, because at the time, for all anybody knew, I was a girl, right? And so my dad was very protective of me and would not want me to go to these places, especially alone, because he feared what may happen if I was in an area alone, especially in a predominantly Latine neighborhood. And so that kind of, I guess, I didn't have the words like internalized racism at the time, right? But it always kind of struck me as a little bit odd that it seemed like of anybody, he should be a little bit more understanding about the stereotypes that get put on people and things like that. But I think, you know, I guess being a dad and like wanting to protect his daughter at the time, right? Like, was, I guess, the more prominent idea for him. Because they did have like a little like a Hispanic Hispanic pride parade, or like a Hispanic heritage parade kind of thing in that town. And he didn't want me to go, but he went with me, but he wouldn't let me go by myself. And yeah, so I've definitely seen a lot of that, like internalized racism or internalized stereotypes. And I think that because it was coming from my dad, I was like, okay, maybe he's right. Until I started getting older and was like, okay, now that, like, once I kind of had the vocabulary to be like, oh, this is something that's like internalized. This is something that, you know, is not necessarily correct, right? Like, this is kind of like the words are escaping me. But like when you are told by other people that you are X, Y, and Z so often, and then you kind of just believe that you are that, whether those people are right or wrong, right? And most of the time they're wrong. And so I did carry that with me for a bit, and then again, once I kind of started to learn more and just be able to do things on my own, it started to change. But I do also wonder how it may or may not have been different had I grown up as a boy. Because I feel that, especially in Latina families, they're very protective, right, of the daughters, and it's like boys will be boys and they can go and, do their thing, but the daughters, like, they have to be protected. And and so and I'll never know, right? But I do really wonder what would have been different had that been the case.
Yeah, I definitely. That's probably a huge question that like you have considered time and time again, because it's like, God, like things probably would have been like easier had like something else happened. Like that's something that I think about occasionally too. Like I'm like, I feel like I teeter the line between like non-binary and then I personally identify as like a demi-girl. But like there's like opportunities that I was left out of when I was younger, because I wasn't a boy. Like I didn't get to do these different things with like the family. I wasn't included in like these different ways. And like sometimes I think about that kind of stuff too. It's just like, how would have things have been like if it was different? Because it's just like really shitty that like you get like encapsulated as this thing, and then like that's who you are all the way through life until you finally decide to like bust yourself out of there and be like, excuse me, like the Kool-Aid man coming through being like, I'm somebody else. Like that's not even true at all. Like whatever you thought, absolutely not true. So yeah, that's just like really frustrating. And yeah, like internalized racism is definitely like a huge thing. And that's like part of like what we'll segue into after we go through this. So keep that in mind, I would say. Dovey, have you ever had any of these types of experiences, I guess I should say?
I'm gonna say like in my home country, the only thing I experienced and witnessed was colorism. Like that's something that, oh my God, like I can't believe how rampant colorism is in the Hispanic, like Latina culture, like
Yeah.
it's just insane. Like I can't believe it. And especially once you also, as a person, if you want to go through that journey to decolonize yourself, like if you really want to get removed, like you see it everywhere.
Mhm.
It's horrendous. And that's what I experienced in my country. But when moving to the US, I would say like yes, there was one time like I was dating this guy, and he's a white guy, right? And we hit it off, like we're really cool with each other, really nice relationship and everything. And there was one time that I had to meet his grandma, and I didn't think that it was a huge deal him dating like another nationality. Like I just didn't think, and I was like, oh sure, cool. Like I was like, I know English. Like it's not like there's gonna be like a language barrier.
Mhm.
I also didn't see myself less than him either, because I was like, we're both from like he went to college, I went to college. Like we can understand each other. It's not like I felt like I was up to par with him, you could say. But then it's like that reminder that is like, oh yeah, my grandma, she gonna say something about you, and I was like, what? And then she said like a Mexican slur. Like she was like, I didn't know you were into the Mexican slur, and I was like, it was kind of like that reality when it hits you that you're like, holy shit, like. Cause like I don't know, and I was just like, well, I wish you wouldn't have told me, because now I don't wanna go there. Like, why would I wanna put myself in that position where I already know this person already made up their mind about me or whatever, or they're gonna see me a certain way, like
Well,
I don't know,
That's super tragic, especially because I feel like the amount of respect that people usually have for their grandmothers, abuelas in Latini culture. So like you go into this house and you're like, you are like the head of this household, like you are like it, because like I would say a lot of times it's like it's a matriarchy for some people. And so like that's really, really awful.
Yeah, it was just like that kind of like it's like you've heard that happens, but then when it happens to you, it's kind of like a hit on the face. It's like, like,
Mhm.
oh my god, because you sometimes you think that those things don't happen anymore.
Yeah.
But again, it was also I feel like in a way to like maybe like humble myself in the sense that it's like no, I've also gone through life with certain privilege that hasn't happened to me yet. You know.
Yeah.
Because I know other people probably experienced it much earlier or things like that. So yeah.
I mean, it's still hella shitty though, and something you shouldn't have to go through though.
Right.
Yeah.
Oof. Not the
Yeah, that's it.
slurs. Oh my god.
I know.
Like the
I know.
audacity.
No, you know what's the worst part was? It was that I didn't know what it meant, so I was like, what does that mean? And then he was like,
Oh, no.
oh my god, like, because I don't know, like, when you learn English, another language, it's like nobody's teaching you the slurs, you know? So,
Yeah.
and I was just like, I don't know what that means. What does it mean? And he was having such a hard time explaining to me. Like, I could see him sweating, and I was just like, I mean, just say it. And then basically he was like, oh, you know, because you're part Mexican. And I was like, oh, I guess. But yeah.
That's so grimy.
That just reminded me only that's such a such a shitty experience because I also went through something similar when I dated someone who was white. I remember meeting his family for the very first time, and like they were all just surprised that he was dating someone Mexican. And I remember literally, I kid you not, y'all, like we went to this party, it was a family party, and every time I met someone like one of his
Oh, no.
relatives, they were always like, oh my god, has anyone ever told you you like George Lopez?
Oh my
No.
I
god, no.
kid you not, the number of times
Oh my
I
God.
heard like, oh my god,
You
has
look
anyone
like
ever told
the
you
one
you-
brown person we know of.
the only brown person. Wait,
Oh my god.
yeah,
That's
I
painful.
totally like,
I'm in
forgot
pain.
about that. But
I
yeah,
am
it's
in physical pain.
Oh, Ed, no.
That is so bad.
yeah,
Oh
it,
my
it's so
God.
bad. But I like it's not even the first time too, because like I've gotten like weird messages where like this white guy who's also dating a brown person's like, wow, you remind me so much of my boyfriend. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I guess because we're both brown. And I remember he sent me a picture of his boyfriend, and I was like, I sent my friends the picture, and even my son's like, do I look like you? I was low-key offended.
I'm so embarrassed.
And yeah, it's very like the number of like it just stop, please.
Oh
boy.
my god.
Like not all brown people look alike, y'all. Not all Mexicans are
Ridiculous.
the same person.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's awful. All right, Jen, you're up. Hey, girl.
Oh no.
Let's see. Where do I begin? Okay, let's move fast forward to 2012. Because I grew up with a lot of microaggressions, and you didn't realize there are microaggressions within your own family and internalized racism up until you're, I guess, once you're older and you're not, and you're now realizing these things and these topics are, you know, now the forefront of your head, at least, you know, for me. So let's see. 2012, I'm working at this cafe shop called Tim Hortons. That's up here, and in Canada, it's a Canadian Dunkin' Donuts. That's pretty much what it is. And I got called. I talk with my hands a lot, so I'm talking to a regular customer in drive-thru. I'm handing him his food. We're talking, like, my God, I haven't seen you in a long time. Yeah. When the person that comes in the drive-thru, I can hear it in the headset. I know who she is. My manager takes it while I'm talking to the guy and I'm getting his money. I'm like putting in simultaneously her order. Whatever. As I'm handing him his food, all her drinks are also done because my manager came from the back and did them. And I was like, okay, bet. It's summertime. So she had, I still remember her order, which is crazy to me because it's been like 7 years since this happened. Actually even longer. But anyway, so the guy leaves, she drives right on through, rolling up her window. I'm like, okay. No big. I didn't think about it. I was just like, hey. She just rolled up. She drove away. Didn't get anything. She's like, just drink the drink if you want it or throw it away. It's free. And I'm like, all right, bet. The next day, I come into the store because I'm going to the mall. I'm getting something to drink. The manager on duty she's like, hey, can I talk to you in the back? And I was like, okay, did I do something wrong? She's like, no, we got a complaint about you. And I was like, about me? And she's like, yeah. So last night you took care of it. Oh, he was like, yeah, she's a regular. And then they came and they called the next day and they were like, I don't know what was that heavy set African Americans girl problem, but I was scared for my life. I thought she was gonna throw the hot drink. Mind you, she had one hot drink and the rest were frozen drinks. Okay. I thought she was gonna throw the drinks at me. She looked so angry. But that's to be expected because that's what those N-words do to go on welfare. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
So sorry the story was so long, but I had to give that prefix to understand what I was doing. Because
No, don't be sorry.
It was because
Yeah.
I was talking with my hands. And so that, when I first moved to where I'm at now, was the first time that I had experienced direct racism towards me. And then from there on, it just kind of escalated in other places, like at Wegmans, the supermarket where, that's predominantly up here. Switch between English and Spanish. I'm talking to my mom on the phone, and literally, I forgot the word cherries and I forgot the word cherries in English, so I said it in Spanish. So I switched over to Spanish like I usually do. And I'm talking to my mom, and I see in the corner of my eye, I see this old white dude looking at me, and I'm like, here we go. So I'm like, all right, I finished. I talk to my mom, I hang up, and he looks at me, and he's like, young lady, this is America. You should speak more English. And I said, I'm gonna stop you right there. Because I don't know if this is the first brown person you've seen in your life. I don't know if this is the first time you've heard Spanish. I don't know what's going on in your life. But if you didn't know, Google's a good place to start. But America does not have a definitive language. English is not the main language. If anything, more people speak Spanish in this country than English at this point. You're just mad that I can curse you out in English and in Spanish. So I made a whole ass scene at Wegmans. And he was just like, that's disrespectful. Respect your elders. And I was like, no, you respect me, because the second you lack the respect was telling me that I need to speak English just so you don't feel threatened by the fact that I know 2 languages.
Also, you're not one of my elders, so
Yeah, like I'll say the same thing to my elders, and I'll get my ass smacked by it, but I'll be happy because I said something. So, as for the N-word, that really hit me hard, because that was the first time I've ever experienced direct racism towards me. And then from there on forward, I've had, I don't want to say I don't even know if it's racism or just the privilege that some people have up here. And it's just, it is racism. What am I saying? People will move, like I'd be walking down the street. I've had to make myself not seem as threatening because I'm 5'9". I'm built like a linebacker. I'm a tall person. And so people have crossed the street to avoid being around me because of what I look like. I look threatening to them. And so for a long time, I didn't want to like take up space. So
No, I totally get that.
so yeah, racism. And then my family, you know, saying, "Oh, don't marry anybody who's dark." Like especially my great grandma, she was like, "Don't marry anybody who's dark because then, you know, we got to keep their race pure."
Literally.
And she's
yeah.
and she was darker than me, a little bit darker than I was, and I was like, "Oh, okay." And then my cousins who are darker than I am, one of my cousins, she brought back home her boyfriend at the time, and he was darker than her too, and she didn't like him. She didn't like him because he was a black Dominican, and I was just like, you come from a country that predominantly half of the population is 80% black. There are black people there, and you yourself are actually dark skinned, and you don't like him because he's dark. And so for a long time that really messed with my way of thinking, that I was scared to like, and I still, even to this day, I'm still scared to like anybody who isn't, you know, if it's, especially if it's a guy and I have and I have children with them, biological children, that I have to marry somebody who's lighter than me because I'm scared that my child is going to be, you know, darker, because I don't want them to experience the crap that I've endured in this damn country. So, yep.
A lot. I'm sorry, Jen.
Yeah, that's really fucking awful. Oh my god. It's just bewildering to me how people, like I said, people can demand so with their whole ass chest this respect, and this is the trash that they put out there, the shit that they say. It's just so wild to me, because it's like, did you take half a millisecond to think about what you were gonna say before you said it? Did you think at all?
Yeah.
Because some of the shit you got to say should not be said and is unnecessary, and nobody wants to hear it, and nobody fucking cares.
Yeah. It's just like really ugly hearted. Like that's like a big thing for me. It's like people being like ugly on the inside is just like, it's unnecessary. And you can be whoever you think you are. Like my biggest my beef is like with like traditional Christianity, and like how people are like, oh well, we're so nice, we're so this, we're so that, we care about people because like that's what Christ wanted us to do. And then they turn around and do shit like that, and it's like, you're disgusting. And people like you are like a main reason why I walked away from religion in the first place, because you're a fucking hypocrite. Like that is so ugly hearted and like so just gross to be that like shit to another human being is like the worst, because like that's like, at the end of the day, that's what it is. Like I don't, what is it, I think Ounce and I, we were talking about something like this where it's like human decency. Like you don't have to like me, you don't have to care about anything that I'm doing or anything else, but to have like basic respect because I am another human being is what's going to go far. So like, what's the problem? So yeah, I'm sorry that you've like had to go through stuff like that, because that's just like so shitty and unnecessary.
Like I tell people, I was like, look, you don't have to like me. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I can be very assertive, I'm opinionated, and I know, and I am set in my morals. You don't have to like me, but respect the fact that I also take up space in this country, and that my color of my skin does not have anything to do with the person I am. If I'm being a shitty ass person, call me out on that and call me out on that. But don't call me out because you feel like you look at me and automatically look at my skin color and think that I'm some kind of delinquent or some shit like that. And that's what half the people up here do. They love to do that, especially in this damn town that I live in, which quite frankly, I love calling people out. It fuels my day, okay? It fuels most of my days, because unfortunately people think that they can say out of pocket shit and they can get away with it. And lately, I don't know what's in this water that people are sipping, but they're very bold. But guess what? I'm bolder. it is what it is.
Yeah.
And so it's crappy to like sit here because like I don't want to cry, but like it's been an emotional week, and so like thinking about these things and saying it out loud, like for some people they're like, oh, you don't have to talk about this, and I'm like, I know I don't have to, but I also do, because I know there's people out there that go through the same thing, have gone through the same thing, and they are emboldened, and not saying bold, but they're scared to speak up because of white rage. There is rage. They get mad when the second you start speaking out over them, they get so angry, and you're scared of what they're gonna do. And when
Yeah.
when you have the government who is literally against you, pretty much the law, people who are against you because of the color of your skin, you're scared to speak out. And so like, you know, before, yeah, I would be like, I will just stay quiet and take it, and that's crappy too, because you don't have to take this. You don't have to take it at all. And so if you ever need somebody, I got you. I got Twitter hands for days. I don't like bullies. I hate bullies. They're so annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll bully you if you're a shithead.
Same.
You know.
Thank you for being here though, and for sharing these experiences, because they are tough, and like stuff like this is like really hard to talk about. So I do appreciate it, and like everybody's like vulnerability with like your guys' identity, because I knew that this was going to be like a hard episode. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to like be open with everybody, because like we don't know who's like on the other side. So like it is scary, because like ultimately we're not equal, I would say, and therefore we're not completely safe. So yeah. Ed, you're up.
I'm trying to think. I can't really think of like big times where, like, other things like where people have seen me and my family, like by me speaking Spanish to my family. Do y'all hear feedback, or is that just me?
Do you accidentally have Google unmuted?
No.
Oh, I don't hear
Okay.
anything.
Okay, I'll just say okay. But like there's been times where I'm speaking Spanish to my parents, and of course people just look at us strange, and like we've had times where people ask, do you speak Mexican? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, make it make sense. What is what is
right.
speaking Mexican? I'm so Confucius.
Right, and I was just like, what? No, but other than that, other than like the thing what I said, like just comments on like my looks and being compared to the only famous Mexican person I guess out there.
I can't believe that happened.
No,
Oh my
yeah,
god, I can't. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, when they follow you at stores, did you get followed? I get followed
yeah.
sometimes, and I'm like, why am I being followed?
Yeah.
I don't even have a bag on me. I literally have my wallet and my phone in my hand, and they're like, you're gonna steal.
You're
sometime."
stealing. No, literally.
Baby, I don't want your pencil. I could just go buy a 20 pack
Right.
at Target for all I care.
Oh my god, it's happened to me at Target.
Oh.
I was shopping for like my niece. We like got emergency custody of her when she was born, so I had nothing. And I went to Target. I was dropping like four hundies, okay, on like baby supplies. And I like had gotten my little Starbucks drink. I'm walking around all over the place just getting all of this shit together. And I notice like that people start coming up to me asking me if I need help finding anything. And I was just like,
Hi.
no, I'm great. Thank you. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. I'm like, no, I'm good. And this happens to me like 3 or 4 times. And then on top of that, when they're watching me, like people are like staring at me, like workers. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And like, I was with a friend at the time, and like we're just like chilling. Like she's also like Latina, but I don't think like that we like look like whatever like they think. Like I don't know, like we don't look like we're gonna steal anything. Like I don't know. I mean, is there even a look? Like even if like we looked a certain way, like that's like your tell is that like we're gonna fucking steal something? Like you're an idiot. But anyway, like we walk through the whole store. I go up to the cash register to check out, and they have their fucking like security guard guy standing there looking at me with his hands on his hips, staring at me, watching me check out. And I asked my friend, I was like, what is going on? She's like, they think we're stealing because we've been in here like chatting and like we have so much stuff in our cart. I was like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And like,
You're not allowed to
I
vibe.
wanted to leave, but I needed that fucking shit because here I have my newborn baby niece dropped on my lap in the middle of freaking whatever. And I'm just like, dude, I wish I could walk out right now, but I can't. So I like took my stuff and I like pulled it out and I was like making a show of like checking out. And I'm like, yes, I am paying for all of this. Thank you. And not only did I pay for it, I pulled out fucking cash in front of these bitches. And I paid in cash. And I was like, there you go. I was like, does anybody need to come walk us out to the car? And like that guy, seriously, he had his hands on his hips and he followed us out the whole way. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And like for me, that like relates to like what Jen was saying earlier about like the space that like I take up as like a person. Like I'm 6 feet tall. I'm plus sized. I'm loud as fuck.
You're
I
tall.
do talk with my hands too. Yeah, my mom and both my parents are 6 feet.
I love
and
that you're so tall.
Thank
Can
you.
somebody give me some height, damn it? I'm almost
Yeah.
Seriously, I am
I'll-
4'11".
I'll help you out. I'll help you out.
Please, I was like, oh my gosh, she's 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Step on me, please.
Yeah, I do get it a lot. I do get it a lot. Just kidding. But
I love
really,
it,
it's just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not, and I used to be like, ashamed of like my size and like everything, like being plus sized and like being tall and like wanting to make myself seem smaller and make sure that I talk softly because that's what people want of me to make themselves feel safe. And it's like, fuck you. I don't give a shit what you think about me. Perceive me however you want because you're fucking going to anyway. And it's just like, whew, I don't know. Shit like that pisses me the fuck off. Because you think that just because like I'm like other, that I'm like a fucking criminal. And like, and even if like I was like, you're gonna assume that I'm stealing right now? Like why? Because I'm like walking around, you think that I can't afford Target? So like, ooh, I don't know. I hate that shit. Piss me the
Yeah,
fuck
I
Like-
just
Like, please, bestie, I can't afford Target. I cannot afford no Michael Kors right now.
I was literally just about to say this happens every time during the holidays. Like when I go with my dad to look for a gift for my mom, and we go to like these brand stores, and like they're always the ones who like just look at us and never pay attention or like provide customer service just because they think we can't afford it. And I'm
Oof.
like, please calm down. I can literally drive down to TJ Maxx and find the exact same thing on sale. Like
Right.
it is not that serious.
Right.
Literally,
It happens where like
That is true.
they don't pay attention to me and my dad, but they will like say they will welcome everyone else like because they're dressed fancier, and I'm just like,
Fuck
I
y'all.
it's why I stopped going to the mall because it's so annoying. I hate it. I hate like
You think
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know, I
wear
just-
my red bottoms out here for y'all?
right.
I'm not gonna wear my fucking red bottoms for you, grungy bitches.
Honestly, Ed, that happened to me too. So after I was given the clear after I got COVID, around the holidays, it was 2 days before Christmas. They're like, yo, you can leave the house. I said, "What?" And so I went in sweatpants. Look, I was home for a whole month in isolation. I needed to get out. So the only objective in my head was, you gotta go to the outlets and you gotta go to Michael Kors and you're getting your mom a wallet and a purse, right? I dropped 200, I dropped 2 honeys because I was like, anything for my mother. And so put that shit on a credit card. Anyway, so I go there. I'm in sweatpants and an oversized sweatshirt and a coat and a scarf, and I'm like, burr, my mask. And I'm like, I want this and I want this. And they're like, oh, who are you shopping for? And I'm like, none of your business, Deborah. I just need this and I want to go. Okay, you guys close in an hour and I'm cold. It's brick outside. I got to go back. But yeah, they were so rude to me. And I was like, okay. The girl at the register was so sweet. She was like, oh my gosh, your mom's going to love this. And she wrapped it all real nice and stuff like that. But I was like, simmer down, Becca, before I ruin your life. I was just like so upset. Like, just because I'm dressed like this doesn't mean I don't know how to dress lovely. I can come in here dressed in Michael Kors decked out if I wanted to. Not really, because Michael Kors has some ugly clothes. But nonetheless.
Right.
Nonetheless. No, it's just like it's crappy. Like, why are you stereotyping us that we're thieves? We're not. We're really out here just trying to get something nice for our parents.
Or that we're
Right.
poor. And like, even if I'm as broke as a joke as these fucking TikTok ads say, which I am most of the time, you know, we save to buy these nice things. Like, that's like
Yeah.
something that I feel like a lot of people do. It's like, my family, my parents didn't have a whole lot growing up. And so like now me being a parent, I want to get my kid stuff and I want to spoil him and I want him to have nice things and have nice clothes because it's not that I didn't have those things when I was a kid, but like I know the fucking value of $1. When my son was first born, we were poor as fuck and like eating toast for dinner because we could only afford like a fucking gallon of milk, which we had to use for cooking. We couldn't even drink milk. And then bread, and like that's like all we could buy because everything else went into like baby food. And thank God I didn't have to diaper him. We used cloth diapers, but like still I was rotating out the same 6 cloth diapers, doing laundry like 3 times a day. And like, so I know what it's like to be poor and I don't want that for him. And so like we save to get him nice things. He's 7 years old. He has a Nintendo Switch. He has like all of these different things that like most kids don't even have. And it's like when I go into Best Buy and I have all of this shit, I have our Switch, I have one of the handheld Switches so that we can buy all of this stuff because I have money right now. Like, don't think that I can't afford it because I'm not like a fucking middle-aged white lady. And it's just so annoying.
Right.
Like,
That
people of
Selena's
color have
pain
money
is
too,
so
bitch.
real. No.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's interesting because growing up, for me, my family, my mom used to work at a hotel as a housekeeper. Excuse me. So she would get free stays at hotels. That's the only reason we were able to vacation anywhere. So we would go to hotels outside of the city for a weekend, like maybe twice a year or something. And my parents didn't have like the hottest jobs. They just worked their shitty jobs long enough to get higher pay to make it by. So like you said, Shalene, like my mom would save up her money to go when we went on those vacations to like the outlets and go into those
My heart.
fancy stores, you know, and buy herself a purse if she wanted to. And that's the shit that we would get, you know, like my mom didn't care because she was there for herself, but she knew what was up. She knew how they were looking at her and treating her and everything. And as much as I don't get along with my family for different reasons, that is one thing I have to be thankful for to my parents for showing me is how to stand up for myself and how to be proud of myself and how to be even though I have my moments of doubt, be sure of myself when it comes to how other people see me, because you will never see me falter when it's other people looking at me. I will crumble when it's to myself, but that's to me because I have my own journey to go through and things to deal with. But when it comes to how other people are going to be treating me, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. You don't get to choose how you speak to me or how you see me. I will tell you how you get to perceive me, and I will make sure you perceive me that way. And if you don't get the privilege to talk to me. And that's the end of the story, because there's nothing else to say other than you will respect me and you'll get the respect that you give me, because I can't tell you how many nasty ass people, including one that I'm living with now, who love to demand respect and don't know how to show a shred of it themselves. So many demands and don't show an inch of it for nothing. But anyway, to shift a little bit on the same topic of racism, to on the flip side of things I really didn't like about my family is that internalized racism, and not just towards like other Latine people, because primarily there was racism, not heavily, but I could see it sometimes, particularly towards like some Mexican people, because we lived in East LA, and there was a lot of racial tension there, but it wasn't an excuse for how some things were said and somehow some behaviors were done. But I would say that more of the racism that was embedded within my own family was towards Asian and Black people, because they thought that they were like, they bought into that belief, like you said, Jen, of, oh, do you see a Black person, you're gonna get jumped, you know? There was that fear that was instilled into them by, I don't know where the hell that came from, to be honest. I really don't know, but it definitely felt like it was something here that happened in America that brought this unreasonable, fully lacking of logic fear of people who are Asian and people who are Black. Like, what is the difference? I never understood growing up, you know, why they would say certain things or think certain ways about certain people, or do that whole thing with my sister of like, don't date certain people of certain color, you know? And so I was like thinking about it, like, as I was growing up, I was like, that doesn't seem right. And that seems really nasty. And of course I didn't say anything because I'm this kid, you know, like you said, Jillian, like, what vocabulary do I have to explain what I'm trying to put together or express or think, or, but this is the example that I'm getting growing up, you know? Like, it's just so weird because it doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. There's no reason to be that way, but that is what I saw on both sides of the coin growing up. And then and then in college, it was a little bit different because of, like I said, there was mostly just white people there. So there was a lot of microaggressions and a lot of lack of understanding and unwillingness to understand, and just straight up not caring, because for most privileged people, college is a place where they don't have to care about their grades. They just are there to party, and it's okay because they have a job lined up whether they get a degree or not. And if they fail at college, maybe the first 8 times, it's okay because daddy's gonna pay for it the 9th time anyway. So, and I can't say that for myself, but a lot of the people that I knew in college were very much from that background, where I remember at one point, just out of curiosity, I looked up because there was always like fraternities and sororities and stuff on campus, like in the main campus quad, handing out like flyers and stuff. And I was curious. I looked up what a fraternity was and noticed that you have to pay dues and stuff to be in a fraternity. And I was thinking about it. I was like, how the hell are people affording their tuition, their food and board, their living expenses, rent and stuff, and still got money to pay to be in this? Like, huh? And that's just like the going in expenses. That's not even expenses of like the rest of whatever they do for the rest of the year. Um, but it was just so wild to me, that concept of paying to be in a group where you're just gonna get served face because that's what they are, you know? They're coming together not because of their backgrounds, but because they want to be inclusive in this fraternity or slash sorority with each other, you know? Because despite fundraising and stuff, those groups are very exclusionary and very discriminative and very elitist and highly white and pretty much that. But like experiencing these different levels and layers and seeing these different layers of racism at play, it was just really bewildering, because I'm like, that's what makes me even more confused about how divided our community can be. Regardless of who you are, you can be a college student, you can be still living at home, you can be you don't talk to anyone but other Latine people. You can be anyone and you'll still experience that racism in one form or another. So why is it that you're having a hard time understanding and bonding with people who are experiencing the same shit as you, because all you can think about is gatekeeping some insignificant trait that won't affect your life? You know, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I agree. It's like, what's the point here? There isn't one. That's what.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, like with internalized racism, I definitely had like these issues, and like we talked about this a little bit. Like growing up, it's like it was like, I feel like it was unspoken most of the time, but like it was obvious when it happened. So like my family had like these like preconceived notions of like black people also, and I feel like it now that I'm like older and I like look back, it doesn't make any fucking sense for the obvious reasons, but also because my parents like grew up in like the 70s, which to me signifies that they should have some sort of idea that like racism ain't okay and like shit like that doesn't fucking matter. But like some of the people in my family are definitely like racist towards black people, and like they're just like, oh well, you can't marry or you can't date a black person. And it's like, bitch, why? Like, why does this matter so much to you? And I have a cousin specifically, and like I wanted to like write like an essay about like all of our experiences growing up in like this family of like all of the cousins that are around my age. And like I have one cousin who her boyfriend was black and she ended up getting pregnant, and like they ended up not being together in the end, and like whatever happened, but like the family basically like disowned her and throughout that whole process. And then when the baby was born, they didn't acknowledge him at all because he was dark. But as he got older, and I guess he like looked more like racially ambiguous or even like more Mexican than they thought that he was going to look, that's when they accepted him, is when his appearance was like not that of what they were like afraid of him like being like black. And he is. He just isn't what you think that means. And so it's like, there's been a lot of things like that. Like, up until like my younger sister had like a secret boyfriend when she was in like junior high and high school who was black. And like, she couldn't tell anybody. And like, I didn't even know about it until like maybe like a few years ago. Because it's like, we're told that like, and like again, like this is something from my personal experience. Like when I grew up in this Christian household, we are taught that like everybody is like equal and like we're all God's children and we're all this. And then there's an asterisk there. And then the asterisk points you to page 94, section C, and the footnotes in the tiniest possible fucking font ever. And it's like, oh, but also we don't like these other people. And it's like, bitch, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. And so, like, again, shit like that is like a big part of the reason why I walked away. And it's just like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Literally, like, when we get into the history episode, which is our next episode, we'll talk a bit more about like the civil rights movement and like the Chicano movement as like a connection to the civil rights movement, because it was connected. But like, people growing up in that time when all of these things are happening, it makes no sense to me that if you were on the side of the people then, that you still have these like things that you hold on to. And like, to keep the blood pure was like something I think Jen, you had said. And like, that's like, who keep what pure? Bitch, we're all mixed. Like, this doesn't make any sense. We were literally colonized and we're all mixed. All of the indigenous populations, pretty much, unless you like look really hard in like South America, got mixed. And even a lot of them did too, but some of them didn't. There's still like a uniqueness there, I would say, in some places. But like, we're all mixed. So who the fuck's blood are you trying to protect here? Because this doesn't make any goddamn sense. So it's just really, it's really frustrating. And like, I feel like that kind of stuff happens like dependent on where you're living, is like a big factor too. But like, I feel like that's like kind of sometimes pretty common.
And I think all that stems from like, really just stems from colonization, and also in the country that you're coming from, it really just stems from colonization. And with me specifically in DR, which I'll talk about next episode, it stems from a lot of dictatorship, and dictatorship in DR being, you know, they're like, oh, we gotta keep the race, we gotta be white. And I'm just like, do you know who you are? Do you know who you are? Because I, like you said, like, we're mixed. We're a whole little melting pot that I don't even know what I am. I'm Dominican. What does that even mean? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. You know, and so and it stems from all of that. And I think it's scary. It's scary wanting to go, you know, dive deep into who you are. But I think with my great grandma, she would never let that go. Mejorar la raza. I was like, please, girl.
Oh my god, I've heard that since I'm in fucking elementary, and no one in elementary should hear that fucking phrase. Nobody,
saying, girl.
Nobody.
I'm so saying. It's gross to hear that, because then again you have that internalized thing that you don't know it's internalized up until you start decolonizing yourself and breaking from that racism, that internalized racism that you have within yourself, because people are going to say, no, I'm not racist. And I'm like, no, babes, we all are in one way or another. It's up to us to break off that mold. If you don't, well, that's a you problem and you need to fix yourself. Next, if you're like us, you know, every day you're taking a step to make yourself a better person, you know, and to decolonize and like, and to just not be racist or prejudiced or homophobic or any way. And it's hard because, as you know, we're queer Latine folk, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's hard with our backgrounds with religion and all that for us to break away from that internalized XYZ. So we out here, we trying though.
Yeah, that's something that we need to remember, that liberation will require confrontation. And confrontation is like, we need to understand also that Latinidad upholds white supremacy. Absolutely. Like, we need to definitely accept that and work on our communities, on ourselves, and everything. It's up to us to dismantle that. Like, I don't want to hear any of that mejorar la raza, any of those comments. I don't want to hear that. Like, seriously, I've heard it from my own mom, and to me it's like, it's insane, because it's like, my mom is a white person, but my dad is you know, very brown with indigenous background, and it's like, how can you say that when you marry a brown man? and then like, it makes zero sense. And at the same time, it's like you're supposed to love your kids, and don't say that to your kids. Like, teach your kids to love themselves. That you're
Mhm.
enough. I'm beautiful the way I am. Doesn't matter the color, nothing. Like I feel like that's where we have to focus as, you know, someone who comes from like Latina, Hispanic, culture. Yeah.
I feel like
Exactly.
the deepest roots that really propagate that is the religious indoctrination that our ancestors faced in their respective countries, you know?
Yeah.
Um, because I definitely agree that white supremacy is very much upheld by those standards because if it weren't, colorism wouldn't be alive and well. And
Yeah.
that's the reality. As shitty as it is, it's still
Right.
there and it's still happening
Yeah.
every day and it's disgusting.
Yeah, the Latinx community is definitely very much so still anti-black. So we can't have Latinidad until, like Dovi said, we dismantle white supremacy within ourselves and our community.
Mhm. All right. Well, I think we're gonna take a bathroom break. So, do we think 5 is good, or do we need more than 5?
I'm
That
fine with
sounds
5.
good to me.
All right. Take
See you right
5.
back.
Clack. We'll be back.
BRBs.
BRB. Oh my god! Shut up! I didn't mute my mic. This has been my broadcast of me eating pizza and dancing with well, she also eats in Discord. Sorry.
I made it earlier this morning. I was saying,
Hello.
madre que.
Are we
I was
ready?
very much excited. Yes.
All right. Oh my god, I had my mic unmuted while I was laughing. They were like, "Who is giggling?" And then Jess was like, "Shalene, we can hear you laughing." I was laughing so hard. We were like vibing while I was eating my stuffed crust pizza.
But the best part is
Delicious.
that y'all can't see me, but I was literally also dancing along with Shaylee. So we're over
Mhm.
here like,
I was like, oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just took another bite because it's stuffed crust and it's fucking delicious.
Yum. Oh, that sounds amazing. I'm
best
so
kind.
jelly. Honestly.
Pizza Hut has a deal right now where it's like 2 large, 3 topping, bitch, stuffed crust pizzas and an 8-piece wing for like $26.
Oh, I
wow.
miss them so much.
Super cheap. Thank you. Is it Mira or Myra? I'm sorry.
Mirror.
Mira? God, how embarrassing. I was, yeah, I whatever. I love food, just, you know.
Oh, same. I love food.
I can't wait until our Fiesta episode. You guys
Same.
don't know, our Fiesta episode is going to be our last episode, and we're going to like eat and play games is the tentative plan currently. And I'm really excited because I want to make my mom either make me some menudo or pozole. I'm going to make it with her.
Aw.
And then, yeah, I'm going to get down because I haven't actually had pozole. It's just like, I don't know. We don't eat it that often. But anyway.
I've been craving it so much lately.
It's so good.
It is.
Okay, let me see here. Mira, okay. All right, so our last topic is basically to comment on how we get clumped in as either white or other, and then this is like 2 separate things. I'm gonna snip some of this off and save it for the next episode because I feel like it fits there a little bit better. And that would be
Sounds
like the
good.
history, of being colonized. What like Hispanic slavery looked like, and then like the birth of the mestizo. So I think that fits better into the next episode. So we'll table that. But basically what we will cover right now, I guess, is how we get clumped in as either white or other, and then like how maybe we talked a little bit last time about like discourse communities and how we may or may not change ourselves depending on where we are, what we're doing, either for safety reasons or to like just fit in a little bit better, depending on what it is. And then after we kind of get into that, we'll go into like how that kind of works here on Twitch, and then we'll wrap it up. For myself, I guess I never really considered the fact that I had white privilege until like white privilege as a phrase was like a little bit more prominent, I guess. And I was like on the side of like, yeah, these people have white privilege. And then I was like, wait a second, I fucking have white privilege because I am also white passing in some places. And I always like to add in some places because I feel like some people know and then some people don't, depending on where it is. So it's like, one thing that always pisses me off is like having to select white on like forms. Like that's just annoying to me. And like if it's a doctor's office, like so where it's like paperwork and I don't have to like actually put something, whereas like on the computer it makes you select white or whatever you put. I usually leave it blank. And then when it's like, are you Hispanic or Latino? Like I usually select that. But if it just says Hispanic, then I put other, and then I put Nuevo Mexicano. So it's like, I don't know. That's kind of like my middle finger to the man. But yeah, it's just like stuff like that is really frustrating because like legally I'm a white person on paper, which is, that's fictional. That's not true. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to like my identity really. So like that's just like frustrating. And then also like since I am white passing, I feel like I have an easier time blending in because I do have that privilege. I have a lot of white privilege, depending again where I am. And like being in like higher education, that's like a big thing for me because I have to talk a certain way. I have to behave a certain way. I can't dress this way. I can't dress that way. And it's like it becomes obvious when I guess I'm in those kinds of spaces that I am like Hispanic because my last name gets attached to everything. And it's like, oh, this is Miss, which first of all, ew, don't call me Miss ever. That's just gross. I have like, ew, like, with my gender identity, it just like Mrs. Anything like that just like drives me fucking crazy. So I'm just like, I'm Shalene. That is literally my name. So please call me that. But changing myself to fit into higher education has always been like just odd. It's like I'm supposed to be celebrated because like I am like someone who's like made it or whatever that means like in higher education. So it's just kind of like an awkward space to be in because it's like, oh, be proud of who you are, but also be careful of how you speak and how you appear and how you do this and how you do that because everybody's looking at you as like either an example or like whatever. So I know that that's like a big range of things. But for you guys, have you ever like, how do you feel about like being clumped in with like white people or just like ambiguous or like we said, like exotic, which is like gross. And then like, how does that work its way into your life? And we'll start with Ounce.
I think for me, like I've said before, the most ambiguity I've received is being seen as Asian or Filipino because of my last name. So every the biggest times that popped up for me was at hospitals. It's so weird because they come outside with the boards, like saying the name out loud and looking for like probably someone who looks Filipino to them. And when I hear them say my name, I'm like, oh, that's me. And they're like, oh, okay. They have that reaction of like, oh, you're not, you don't look like what I thought you were gonna look like. Okay, let's go. Um, to the point where when I was still in insurance coverage under my parents, when we went to we had Kaiser, they put on my medical record that I was Asian without asking me and left it there. I even mentioned it and they didn't change it. They left it as I'm Asian.
Wait, your
so-
parents?
Not my parents, the
Oh, okay.
nurses. Yeah, the
Okay.
nurses just left it like that. And it was like the last couple of years I was left on their insurance, and I was like, I honestly fucking can't with this anymore, because it happened in San Francisco, it happened in Oakland, it happened in further inland. It never happened in LA, interestingly enough, because I went to the East LA one, but I noticed it was always where the doctors were predominantly white that happened. In the Latinx community, they did not make that mistake in the Kaisers that I went to. So that was probably the most I've come into contact with, like, being clumped or grouped into something. And I really, really dislike that. Like I said earlier, that anything you fill out, like especially government wise, doesn't really feel like it really has my identity on there, because I don't, like I said, I don't see myself fully connected with my native indigenous roots, and I don't consider myself Hispanic really, and even have trouble identifying with being American. So it's like, okay, so which box do I neatly fit into? None. None at all. Including the gender one, because it's like,
Right.
there just needs to be more inclusivity on that front in everything that gets put out. I think needs to be more tightly considered.
Agree. It's just like frustrating. It's like I feel like looking at like my own gender identity, like I never really felt like I needed to consider it, because like I blend in, right? Like I, even as like a bisexual, excuse you. I'm sorry, my kitten's attacking me. I've only ever had straight passing relationships, so like it's never been a thing. Hello? So like, but then I'm like forced to put female, and it's like, this is so awkward. And so yeah, I don't know. It's just odd. And then I wanted to quick kind of say, it's not super quick, but speaking of like the hospital thing, it reminded me like when I had my son, something happened to where like my husband wasn't on his birth certificate. So I feel like when like stuff like formally happens, like I feel like people look at me as like a single mom who like had a baby, doesn't know who her baby daddy is, and it's just like, what the fuck, bitch? It's a paperwork error. Fuck you. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That's like something else I've experienced, just like whatever. Anyway, Ed, what's up?
I feel like I don't really I think my only struggle that I can think of is just like, of course, like when I have to fill out if I'm white or not. Like obviously I don't look white, but like there really isn't anything else for me to like check, because it just doesn't feel right. I think that's probably the most frustrating part. It's just like Alan said, sometimes those forms don't really show like my true identity. So I don't know. If I'm checking white, I want those privileges, y'all. That no, but like yeah, that's really all I can think of. Yeah, it's always very awkward. I think back to like a few months ago when I had to get tested for COVID, and they were doing the forms like we had to. They weren't filling it out like the way we filled out the form was us telling them the information, but we had to like shout it out loud and the room was crowded. And she was
no.
like, and she's like, do you identify as white, black, and I was like, I don't know. I just felt so like embarrassed,
Oh
like
my
why,
God.
but this
But,
brown ass
like-
man.
But that's the thing. Like me as an immigrant, we have to do like the process to have either your residency and after that is citizenship, right? The immigrant, like the immigration people, force you to do white. Because
Yeah.
I was the same thing. I was like, I remember like turning out to my dad and I was like, well, you have like indigenous background. Like, are we putting indigenous? Like, but at the same time, I was like, we don't have the indigenous experience. Like, it doesn't feel right at all. And then the immigration was like, no, you're white. And I was like,
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah. So even if you don't want to, they do encourage for you to be presented as white.
Yeah.
So you go ahead. You're white.
I'm white, y'all. Call me
Oh,
Edward.
Edward.
Oh
Get
my
out.
god.
Edward.
Tell me Edward. Yep. Oh god, that was so good. Who's Jacob in here?
Me. I'll
my
be
God.
Jacob.
Okay, I like that Dovey and I were literally in the same wave, and I was like, "Is this the face of a killer, Bella?"
Oh my God.
Where you been, Loca?
Bella, where you been, look?
Oh my god.
No.
Nar.
Nar.
Not now.
I can't.
I just wanted
Nar.
to chip in really fast. You go, Gina.
Say it. Sorry.
I'm white. Okay, let me stop. Nar. Honestly, recently I just started putting black on my paperwork. And I was like, this feels wrong. I know it's right, but it feels wrong. Because my whole life all I've been putting is white cuz I was just like, oh. And I was just back home in Jersey for a family emergency, and I stayed at my older sister's house, and her friend was there, and she's like, "Oh my God, you don't even look like you look like your sister, but you don't." So this is the first time in my life that I've ever was told that I look like I'm Hawaiian or like Samoan, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." Like I never thought that way, and like I have my mom's eyes, and like I said before, like earlier in the stream, that there's a potential Japanese ancestry in my family from my mother's side, and I mean it's true. There's big Asian communities within Latin America, American countries, or even the Caribbean too, specifically. So but I for a long time, like in paperwork, I will put white, and that felt wrong. I recently, in the last few years, I want to say the last few years, I've been putting black, but even then I feel like a fraud checking black in my in paperwork, and also Dovey, I've helped a lot of my family members alongside with my mom, because my mom's also she immigrated here however long ago, and helping out my family members with their immigration paperwork, and seeing that like them saying, yeah, forcing them to put white. I was just like, that just messes up this census that we love to do here in the United States to kind of get an idea of who's who here. So then you have a disproportionate amount of white people here. So then,
Nope.
I've
that
never
in-
thought of that. What the fuck?
yeah,
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's rigged.
it's rigged out here, these streets. And you know what put it into perspective was my sociology professor, who, shout out to Natasha because she's the real one. She was the one who put that in my brain in 2015, and I was like, no way. And then it just makes sense. So, like here in the United States, because of the color of my skin and probably my features and my face, and I am Afro-Dominican, I get clumped into being black. You know, I'm a black, like, people just assume that I'm black and African American born in the United States. And for me, I have no issue with that. But I think I also feel like a fraud in that aspect because I don't know what my black, friends have gone through, what their families have gone through in the United States with their, their ancestry and all that stuff. But I know that struggle, I know that pain, because I will forever, no matter what I say, I can yell from the top of my lungs, I'm Dominican, I'm this, that, and the third. I'll always be perceived as black in the United States. And unfortunately, a lot of my privileges just stop. I have very less privileges in this country for that reason. 1, because I'm a woman. 2, because I'm queer. 3, because I talk too goddamn much, and because I'm also black. So, I don't know, man. This country really out here to get us, and I'm tired of it. I'm so freaking tired of it. And so, yeah. I don't necessarily like labels as well, but unfortunately, I feel like the human race, we just work better in labels because I think that's how some people just work. Like it's an easier way for them to understand themselves, but again, it's harmful because not everybody works in labels. So like Ounce had mentioned earlier, that like, in what square and like what little bubble do I fit in? And I feel like when you were mentioning all the everything going on in your life, Ounce, I was just like, I feel like Ounce, let's just put Ounce's face in the middle, and there's like those little Venn diagrams that you used to do in school that you used to put in the middle, and I was just like, all of them unite, and then there's Ounce in the middle, and that's Ounce. And I think that's beautiful, but it just sucks because for a long time we had to be this one thing, and it was frowned upon if you were multiple things, where I feel like other people are encouraged to be multiple things and they're applauded, but not us because of whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And this country overall just doesn't want to understand. They don't want to understand anything beyond what they were taught. Like, oh, this is the way and that's it, when it's not the way for us. And I think race relations and racism and just overall those talks about it here in the United States differs from when you're talking about it in other countries and stuff like that. So I don't know if that made sense. In my head it did, but
I think it did.
I think so too.
Yeah. And I think like if this country wasn't so obsessed with allowing certain people to do certain things and disallowing other people to do certain things, and like controlling people's bodies, controlling what we allow people to do or to not do and how we perceive each other. I mean, that's literally the biggest problem, right? Upholding white supremacy and making sure that people, quote unquote, stay in their place, right? Because if you even think about the census, right? You think about how it's changed over the years, and how more and more and more and more identities get packed into white to make that bigger, to make that more dominant, to make sure that we're, because what ends up happening, right, is that you have the people who are in the majority who really aren't in the majority because we're all hella fucking different. But you keep putting all these white people together and you give the people the white privilege, and then they end up wanting to keep that, right? And then when you give people you know, different labels and say, well, these people are other, or these people are not white, it only serves to continue to empower, to keep those in power, to keep their power, to keep that status, to keep that privilege, because what they want at the end of the day is for all of us to do a lot of what we end up doing, which is fighting amongst each other instead of coming together and fighting the true oppressor, the true enemy, right? And that's really the biggest issue that we have in this country. Whereas, like, if we all were to band together, all of us right here, regardless of, you know, our background or our skin color or our identity or whatever, we're all out here just trying to survive, right? Like, none of us are Jeff Bezos. None of us have, like, none of us sitting on, like, dick-shaped spacecrafts, right? I'm just
I
saying.
mean, speak for
You know,
yourself. Just kidding.
you know, like, and so the, like,
Jen, I love
but,
your
like,
hope.
how are they going to keep us, how are they going to keep us here and where we are, and how are they going to keep maintaining their power and their wealth and suctioning the wealth into this very, very small group of people by making everybody else fight against each other? And this is exactly how they do that. And you know, I mean, for me personally, like, it is kind of weird having to specifically be like, okay, if I'm filling out a form, like, okay, I have to look for the box where, okay, I'm white, but I'm also Hispanic / not white, or there's Hispanic / white, and it's like, why are we making this so complicated? Why is this necessary, right? And that's why it's necessary, is so that it uplifts white supremacy. It allows those people to just maintain their status quo. Because if we got rid of those labels, then we aren't fighting within each other anymore, right? Then we have the time to recognize, hey, it's not about me, you know, it's not that and excuse the phrase, but from, you know, what a lot of, you know, the certain white people would say, right? It's not that these immigrants are coming and taking our jobs, right? Like, that's not what it is. It's that the people at the very tippy top are taking in these extreme amounts of wealth. They're not sharing that wealth. It's not trickling down. And therefore, and how do they do that? By sending jobs to other countries, or by
Right.
automating jobs and saving the money as much as they possibly can. So if we can stop fighting each other and realize, hey, it's not, you know, it's not white against black or straight against queer or whatever. You're like, it's the people on our level against all the people at the top. That 1% of the 1%, the government that is keeping these positions and keeping all that power and lining their pockets with the money from corporations who lobby for certain things to be done to keep us in our place.
People of color that end up making faces, like, it sucks, but they are like our ticket to being seen as equal, and like, they have to be like on their best behavior. They have to do this, they have to do that, and it's like, anytime you take that step up, you are the example for everybody else who is still trying to fight for their way up. And it's so, like, awful. And like, privilege is like such a huge thing, and like, we are so privileged, first of all, that like, we know how to fucking read. That's like a basic thing that we take for granted constantly, that we know how to read. We're literate in various ways. We're computer literate. That's also another massive privilege. We have the technology to be here today. And like, I was watching this TED Talk not too long ago, and it was like, the guy, I forget his name, but he had said that, how am I supposed to pick myself up by my bootstraps if I wasn't born with any boots? And like that really spoke to me because it's like we're supposed to be equal, and we're supposed to like this is supposed to be like a place for opportunity, like being in the United States, and like that's what everybody says, and like it's the American dream, but like we can't achieve that because we're not white. And if we get in, it's either a fluke or we did something completely outstanding that they want us in the club. And it's like really just disheartening. Because like there's like no security at all. Like we're not safe in a lot of spaces. There is no upwards mobility for us in certain jobs, and we can only get certain jobs. And like whether places want to outwardly like be discriminatory or not, they'll find their way. If that's something that they have a problem with, they'll find their way. It'll be like, oh well, we changed the schedule last minute and sorry you didn't show up on time, so you're fired. And it's like, but you changed the schedule in like the dead of night, like secretive. So like, how was I supposed to know? And they're like, well, you don't have the money to fight this in court, so don't worry about it. And it's like, there's so much stuff that goes on to like even just like compile it all together. But I don't know. It's just really, really hard. And I'm really glad that like, I feel like I'm someone who tries to like check my privilege as much as possible, because I know that like I'm in a place where like some people will never get to be, and like I'm not even in that great of a place, so like that's super sad. So yeah, I don't know.
And who's doing these jobs that are backbreaking and extremely low wage paying that all these white people who are lined up waiting for a job not taking?
Yeah.
POC. That's who's doing those jobs. POCs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's those illegal
And
aliens that you like to call illegal aliens, which
Oh,
disgusting.
God.
Also, I hate
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
phrase so hard because I'm just like, they're like they're taking our jobs, and I'm like, but Bessie, you're not even lining up to go pick up those lemons that you really want so bad.
Right.
You're mad about the
Mhm.
prices going up, but you're not even willing to do it because these people are learning their worth. And their worth, there's people that come here to this country who were doctors, who were literal accountants in other countries, and will come here because their stuff is not eligible to live and make a money here to live comfortably like they were in their country, but they'll do it because they're leaving whatever type of struggle or what have you, whatever their predicament is, they're leaving that country to make a better life for their family here and for future generations. But the American dream was never for any marginalized community.
No.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't. The
No.
literal the and like you like Shirley, like you were saying earlier, like they will find a way to discriminate against you to make you not move on forward. Like people discriminate against hair. You have to assimilate yourself. Like
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. We
Don't-
just got a donation. It scared the shit out of me.
oh
Oh my god.
girl, you scared me. I was like, oh my god, what did I say?
Thank
sorry.
you. What?
Yes,
I thought it
thank
was
you.
the cat or something. I was like, what happened to
I'm
the cat?
so sorry.
But
Anyway.
no, for real. Like it's crazy. Like my hair is straightened right now, but my hair is this big. And so like it's huge. And so it's curly and huge. And I've had people tell me, you need to tame your hair.
Yeah.
My hair, bitch, somebody better tame me before you catch these hands.
Yep.
Because my hair, you know how hard it is to hate your hair? Your natural hair all of your life, and then finally you're liking that somebody has the audacity. First of all, who gave you audacity? I'm gonna snatch it out of you. I want it. But it just really it just boggles my mind that we're supposed to like thank this country for the bare minimum when
Right.
they're literally trying to snatch the bare minimum out of our hands in the same breath. Like Confucius.
Really.
Very
Yeah.
Confucius.
Yeah. I can definitely attest to some of those things, being someone who is first gen here, and like I didn't get to stay in contact with my family. We had a falling apart. And so I went through college, the later half of college on my own, and ended up dropping out because of mental health problems. Um, and I couldn't do it anymore financially either. And that racks up debt, you know, like my credit is pretty screwed because of that. And I had to take what I could to just live because I didn't have anywhere to go back home. This was my new home, you know, like I didn't have anywhere to go. Uh, Family, what family? They don't care about me. And I worked my way up from my very first job, which was literally just selling Christmas ornaments at a part-time job. I worked cafes, I've worked restaurants, I've done customer service all my life. That's all I've ever known. And places don't now, I've been unemployed for almost 2 years. Even before the pandemic, I lost my last job because the owners, we were technically doing a trial month, but they ended up not liking me, to quote them, because of the way that I treated their workers. But that's bullshit because the very next day after I got fired, their workers called me to see where I was. So you're not going to tell me that your workers disliked me, but they're the ones checking where the hell I am because I'm not there anymore. And it's because all these companies are such bootlickers and want to always say the customer's always right. And being someone who's POC and marginalized, I've never believed in that bullshit. That's utter bullshit. People are not always right. I don't care who the fuck you are. You're gonna go into somewhere, an establishment that is not public property. You're gonna be nice to the people working who are serving you. And you're not going to be rude under my watch. If I'm going to be managing there, you're not going to be talking to my employees like they're trash, because that's not it. I'm not there for that. And they didn't like that. So that is a big reason why I've been turned away from any job opportunities. And the only other reason I can imagine, because I have the qualifications for doing something as simple as managing a restaurant. It's not that hard, you know, with all the years that I have under my belt doing customer service. But living in a very heavily white privileged community, I'm not exactly what would be seen as welcoming to their clientele who is also white, or inviting to their people, you know, because I'm brown. I'm here to do a job, and I'm not seen as a person. To the point where at some of my last jobs, I've had white people accusing me of being racist to them. And I've literally sat in front of them while they have me call my manager because I'm being racist to their white ass. And I have to stand there and listen to them try to explain that to my manager, while my manager explains to them that they're dumb. That is not the situation or the case at all. And to make things worse, I have a stank face. Yes, I know that at default I have some very tired, lazy looking eyes, and I don't care. That's just who I am. But one of those people took it a step further and thought I was smirking and laughing at them because of how my face just rests. And they got really outraged by my existence to cause this much of a fuss and uproar. So it's just so disgusting to still be living that sort of discrimination and still be here not able to get a fucking job because you're not seen the way that other people are, because you're not white, because you aren't educated. Like, just because I don't have a diploma doesn't mean I'm not educated. People can do research on their own, but also I've lived enough to have learned some lessons, some science, you know, some history that they don't teach you at fucking school. So
True.
Can't relate to being ignorant.
Yeah. And like that's such a bad microaggression, like that they never give the benefit of the doubt to a person of color. It's they already, you know, pin you as this is who you are, this is who you are, and it's like they don't back down, and it's like
Yeah.
can't win, man.
It's even
Yeah.
with ally, like even when people are like, when you're trying to explain something to somebody and how it's not this or it's that, and they don't listen to you, but they'll listen to their white friend. So tell me,
Oh.
you asking me for this, I'm telling you the answer, but for some reason, it's not computing in your brain, but your white friend says, and you're like, oh my god, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, didn't I you say the same thing?
Right. No,
Yep.
that happened in school a lot. Like, I don't know if that's something that's ever happened to you guys, but like, I feel like that's something that happened in. I've
In
had like
college.
some very obvious like racist teachers throughout high school who like segregated our fucking classroom, and then it was just like, what, like what the what like what are who are you, like why are you a teacher, like you don't, this doesn't make any sense, and then just discounting everything that you fucking say, because like I've had it because like I'm a woman. And it's just like, yeah, I'm like a woman with an asterisk. It's just like I get discounted because of that, and then I get discounted because I'm a person of color, and it's like, why is this happening? And then one of the schools that I've worked at as a college professor, like, has tried to like pull the same shit, and I'm just like, what are you trying to do here? Because if you are trying to educate people, shouldn't you be someone who is fucking educated? Like, you're disgusting, you're gross, go away, goodbye. Like, and like, I'm not better than anybody because I do have degrees either. And like, I honestly just like, I try to be very humble about like my education, because again, like, I'm super fucking privileged to be able to have been in like the situation I was in. I got my college paid for because I got knocked up, and then I like segued into my master's program because I was a student who like fit the bill to get my master's program paid for. Like, I was in the right place at the right time, but I'm not shit. Like, who am I? And so it's just like all of these like different like hierarchies that we have like in our society are just like so gross and damaging to like the youth. And like, I know it's like corny as fuck to be like, children are the future, but really they literally are. And so to have shit like this going on consistently in education, in society, when you take your little kid over to fucking Starbucks and you treat the fucking people there like shit, they see that and they think that that shit's okay, and it's not. So like, it's just like, oh man, it's just so frustrating to like witness all of this stuff and for us to like all experience it. It's just so like so backwards.
But the moment you speak up about it, you're angry.
Right.
You're angry, and
Angry or
you're being too
racist.
loud. Yeah, you're expressing yourself too much. Can you
Yeah.
tone down the Latinaness a little bit? This is America.
Or you're
being
racist
too
towards
Hispanic.
white people, which all of us said in chat, like, we are in agreement that that's like not a thing. White people are not affected by racism with a capital R. They
Yeah.
are not. The end. Period. You can be
Right.
prejudiced towards white people, sure.
Yeah.
But
No such thing as reverse racism.
can't be
please.
racist
No.
towards white people. Sorry to break it to you. Trying to
I mean, you
explain
can't-
that to people is a fucking headache too. They're
Yeah.
like, what do you mean?
And then they think they're doing something when they pull up the definition of racism, and I was just like, okay, but like,
I
You're
too
not
can read a
oppressed.
dictionary.
They want to be though. They really want to be
Yeah.
oppressed though. They're dying to get like a little ounce of it.
they want to be oppressed
It's
so
so
bad,
weird.
and they want to
So
be brown so bad, but yet they don't want the consequences of what it is to be brown and black in
Mhm.
this country. So baby,
That
pick
part.
a struggle. So
Yeah.
pick a struggle. What do you want? Do you want to be white and offended, or do you want to be brown and marginalized? Like, I don't.
Right. Can't have both. Sorry.
Por favor, coge uno,
Mhm.
please.
To backtrack just a little bit to what Dovey was mentioning earlier, like putting on those forms, like being white or indigenous, like not feeling right. It's interesting because I think at this point last year, I have a friend who streams named Dr. Krabby who is a First Nations person, and he was exploring that and sharing that with all of us on stream. And that's about the time that I got my DNA test done. And so it was a really kind of rough time for me personally in the moment of like exploring my identity, because I've always wanted to like since knowing what I am according to a test, I've always wanted to check that box, but still feel very unsure of it because of that lack of connection there. But it's just really sad as well, because I feel like one of the things that does prevent me from very excitedly checking that box of being like natively indigenous, is what America has created as what a native indigenous person is, what the idea of what a native indigenous person looks like, acts like, speaks like, all these sort of stereotypes that are very harmful that they've done to every other person. But particularly speaking on this front, it really feels like, especially in America, when referring to an indigenous native person, you're probably talking about a First Nations people, not Latin area native people or Southern American native people who are still native to America, because it wasn't America.
Right. It wasn't the
You named it
US.
America. It was not the United States, literally. You named it and made it that by conquering it unethically with all these disgusting ways. And so it's just wild to me that they decide it's okay to, like Julian was saying, just clump everyone up in that box, because it's like you can't just say native indigenous, because I feel like I said everyone's first instant thought usually is First Nations people in North America, but they're not the only ones who existed. I love our brothers and sisters of the North, but we're real too, and we exist, and we deserve to be seen and heard as well. We're both indigenous natives to this continent, and we're differently assimilated, actually probably in a very similar ways in different forms, but I would love to see that expanded from native indigenous or like Native American or whatever to actually be more diversive, and unpack that box. I don't understand what they're so afraid of. If you're so afraid of getting something wrong, then fucking hire someone who knows their shit. Do better. You're our government, You're supposed to be placing these standards. It's so bad to the point that they literally teach high school based off of 4 textbooks in this entire country, explaining the history of Texas a little bit, not fully, of course, California, and I don't remember what the other 2 states are, but every state in this country is educated solely based on the history of those 4 states, and there's only 4 textbooks, one for each of those states' histories that get circulated.
That's crazy.
So each state doesn't actually get their history explained and taught and shown. And even those big states don't get their full history really given out and
Right.
spilled, because it's all what they want you to see, what they want you to be indoctrinated to think, and to fit in their neat little boxes.
And like Mira
'cause
said,
they're all
the
written-
whitewashing.
Yeah.
They're all written by white people in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, all the textbooks come from Texas. That's it.
I
Um,
So
feel
nasty.
like if
It's
you
so
have like, it's hard for me to to express because like I'm invested in education as like a person. So, like as I'm teaching elementary school for the first time, I see a few things that have like been the norm as far as like teachers who've been doing this for like 10 plus years still teaching the same old shit. And like what I'm really fortunate to have is that I'm at a charter school, not at a public school. So because I'm at a charter school, it's like we have the freedom to do better. We have the capabilities to do better. And while there might be some people who are still kind of set on, well, this is the way I've been doing it for so long, like, why can't I just do it? There are people in the school that I work at, including myself, who call these things into question. And we're like, look, like, this is not okay. Like, we have to teach all of these other things. Like, for my, the first unit that we're teaching in reading and writing is like a Mexican American poetry book, and it like talks about like being like a border kid and like what the borderlands are like and like this whole experience, because we can read the room and see that our students are these like mixed identities of people who come from the Southwest. We also do have like a large population of like white people because we're in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which is like romanticized, right? But like, so like there is a population of white people, but we are still serving a lot of like Hispanic children. So like it is unfortunate that like the public school system in this country is like so like directed and pushed to one side of history, and like will probably be that way for a long time unless like something radical happens. But I will say that whew, I'm so lucky I'm at a charter school. Oh my gosh, Bobby, thank you so much for the $10 for Latinx in gaming. Appreciate you. That one didn't scare me.
Yeah.
Back
Thank you,
online.
Bobby.
I'm glad that your internet's working.
I was gonna say, where's Bobby?
Internet's been
Mhm.
down, damn it.
That
Aw.
Wi-Fi was trifling today. With you, I'm so sorry. What you were saying, Shailene, like with education, I think, and that's the thing. Like, I come from my teaching, like my learning comes from public schools, right? But I came from inner city public schooling. So like that in itself is also really crappy. It's shitty as learning for the most part. And I feel like with the group of teachers that are speaking out about this, I feel like it's such a tiny circle of teachers that are speaking out about the crappy ways of how we're learning things and history, because they just want to sugarcoat it and make it seem like it's all nice and stuff like that. So the small group of people who are talking about it is, I feel like it's being deafened by the thousands of other teachers who don't want to change their curriculum because this is the way they've been teaching for the last 10, 15, 20 years, which is so disheartening. Because like even in college, I had a history teacher. That lady had me mad. I love history. If there's one thing about me that I love, it's history. I will, no matter how crappy it is, I will go down to the nitty-gritty, because we need to know our history. And it was women's history, and she just like kept mentioning men time and time and again, and I'm like, I don't care about men, because men already been in this damn history since the dawn of time. I don't care about it. I came here for women's history. And she was like, well, you can't talk about women's history without men's history. And I was like, bestie,
Watch me.
watch me. And then she also again wanted to talk so highly about Susan B. Anthony. I was like, don't talk to me about racist Susan B. Anthony.
I was like, not that one, please.
I was like, first of all, I don't care if she's buried here. She irrelevant. I don't care. They're like, but women's voting. You mean right to women's voting? Because that's what happened in 1920. It wasn't. No. You best me. I was not part of that equation, so shh, quiet. So like these things is like, the sugarcoating of things, like it's annoying. And so like I'm glad that you're in a charter school. I just feel really crappy about all the public school systems that I've been through, because I've been through many schools that just don't care about their students and don't care about the higher education, and be damned the day they started No Child Left Behind, because that was the worst damn thing ever created for the US educational system. And like you said, unless something radical happens in our school system, nothing's gonna change. And for the few teachers that do, you know, speak out on these things and actually try to teach the right thing and they get pushback, I feel bad, because like, y'all out here just trying, and we're trying to learn ourselves too. But I think it was Julian that mentioned it before, like Googling things can be very harmful, because you're not always getting correct information, because anybody can put anything out on the interwebs,
Right.
on Selena's informational highway. So here we are.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know. I went through public school for a large part of my education as well, and it's just like we briefly mention something and then we glance off of it immediately and go back into like whatever. And it's just like, what am I even fucking learning, bitch? Because I don't fucking know anything at this point. So I feel like people being educated, like whether you have a degree or not, is like in your own hands at some point, especially if you were stuck in the public education system. You have to take the initiative to learn about things. And like I don't know, just like reading and keeping up with like stuff that's going on. I will say being up to date on the news over the past couple of years has been a mental taxation that I definitely did not need. I would say that the past couple of years, politics have aged me like 5 years, and bitch, I still look good. But really, it's just like, holy fuck, like, it's so hard to like stay up to date with everything and like figure out like where you're supposed to be and like politics in general. And it's just like so it's just so much, which kind of brings us into the like blended portion of this, into like Twitch and like how Twitch kind of works. And then so we'll talk about that for like a little bit, just because I want to wrap us up here, because we've been here for almost 4 hours, which is fantastic and amazing, but also it's been a long one. This one's been a long one. And we do have a couple of questions on the Padlet that I want to get to. So we'll probably be like another maybe 30 minutes max, I would say. Hopefully, that's what I'm shooting for. That's okay. All right. So last bit, I would say let's do okay, so we kind of talked about like how our identities are forced into clumping us in with white people, because that's how we're like forced to identify like with like the government, etc. So because Twitch is the way that it is, I feel like there's like these issues that we've kind of briefly talked about before, of how like Latina people are just kind of spread out so far. It's like hard to find them, especially pre identity tag era, which we're kind of in right now, which they're changing every so often without saying anything, which is also odd. But basically, it's just kind of like something for us to talk to like the chat about, not necessarily like discuss so much amongst ourselves, but like it's just like an odd happenstance, I guess, that like we are clumped in with white people on Twitch too, unless we're like from like our country of origin and speaking Spanish fluently. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like an odd place.
Oops, my bad.
It was like, I'm out.
Fine.
I'm hungry.
30
Peace.
minutes? I gotta go.
I
No, I'm kidding.
3 minutes?
I was gonna
Sorry.
type something in general, my bad.
Oh no, you're good.
I did that
Um,
earlier.
So I guess like a strategy that I kind of am hoping to come out of like this podcast is that like we keep like building bridges and like making connections. Oh my god, there goes Julian.
Are we doing it by one?
Well, I can't do it or else the whole thing will get fucked up. Whatever. Anyway, but what do you guys think? Because like we always like kind of come back to this like point of it's up to us to like be the change that we want to see in the world is like the quote, right? And so like I would say that like my hope again is that this podcast like does something for our community as well, which I think it already has. I feel like I've made friends here, which is really nice. And also just like I don't know, I guess what would you guys like to see, if anything, from like Twitch to like help like us have like I don't know, any sort of fucking recognition out here in these streets?
Think what Anne said earlier, like it's very simple. Do a week, showcase us more than just twice a year. Like we're more than just your look, we're celebrating Black History Month. Look, we're celebrating Asian Pacific, Asian Heritage Month. Like and Hispanic Heritage Month. We're more than that. We are here every day, we're living every day, and we're breathing, and we're trying to put ourselves out there so our voices can be heard. And like these, I mean, like, what is it, we can't expect much from a lot of these big corporation type things because quite frankly they don't care most of the time. But like I feel like time and time and again we are met with a barrier. So I think that them just acknowledging the fact that we're here is like number one step. And also other people, like groups, I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but like other groups, like include us in there, not for to be the token Latinette person in there. Put us there because we got what it takes to be up there with y'all too, So I guess
Anyone?
I would love to see them. First of all, I have a bone to pick because we were having that conversation on Twitter, Julian, about the tags, and they just like they approved everything and it was great at first, and then for some reason they reverted the tags back to the country names. And it was so weird. And then Julian started the petition, and they seemingly approved it and said they were going to reverse the things, but it looks like they did so for like one out of the 4 countries specifically mentioned, and then didn't like consider the rest of the countries and just left them the way they broke them before. And that was just like,
that was a fuck you, honestly.
How are you going to make that effort and be seen? We acknowledged it, and then fuck up like that so massively and with no answer. Like, what?
Yeah,
and then they take weeks to answer. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, and I do understand. Like, I think that having both tags has value, right? Because if I was in Puerto Rico and I wanted to find other streamers who are in Puerto Rico, having that tag for the country makes sense.
Yeah.
But as a Boricua, as a Puerto Rican in the United States, I should also be able to use those tags for my identity. Now, I did find it interesting when I was looking on the list of tags that they have the Boricua tag, and I use that instead of Puerto Rican because I prefer Boricua over Puerto Rican anyway. But if I wanted to, I still can't go back. I have no idea how their system works because, I just pressed the button and the battery percentage screamed in my ear. Like when you look at their whole list of tags, Puerto Rican shows up on the list, but then if you go to try to add it, it's not there.
Right.
So I don't understand what that's about. They also, because I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. But like, you can absolutely 100% tell that it was a white person who read that user voice from me and was like, "Oh yeah, I've totally got this. I totally understand what you mean," and then totally didn't understand and fucked it up because they still don't have a Dominican tag. They did add Dominican Republic, because before that was totally gone, because apparently Dominica and Dominican Republic are the exact same thing. I mean, news
Right.
to me, but you know,
It used to be.
so but they still don't have they still don't have Dominican. They have Cuban. I think they added Filipino back, but it's the same thing with Puerto Rican where I think it's on the list, but you can't actually add it to your tags. And I'm just like, what are you doing? And
Why?
also, that response really frustrated me because Mouse, whoever it was like, "Oh, and if there's any other countries that you that you see this for, just like make another user voice request." No, how about you? It's your fucking tag system. How
Yeah.
about you go through, do the tiniest bit of fucking research, a simple fucking Google search on what's appropriate, what's a country versus what is a person in that country called, and just make the tags correct instead of making us do the labor for you in telling you, hey, this needs to be a tag. Because we all know that the other thing too is that, like, if you put a user voice up there and it gets 2 votes, they're not going to look at it anyway.
Right.
Or this as well. Or, and I know this is going to be very groundbreaking. No one's ever heard of this before, but hold on to your seats. Or maybe try hiring anyone else but white people.
Ooh.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, listen, Alex, we can't. That's just too wild. That's,
That's going
too wild.
too far.
you know?
Oh,
That's
okay,
super too
okay.
much.
That's too
You're
much.
right, you're right,
we
you're
can't we
right.
can't do that.
I'm
It's not in the
asking way
budget.
too
We
much,
can't
you're
do
right.
That's so much. Breaking news. Ounce wants people to get hired that are not white.
Oh my god.
Next at 11, y'all. No, it kills me because I was like, I'm over here, I'm so excited. I'm like, I'm about to write Dominican, and it said Dominica, and I'm like, who that? I mean, like, I know what it is, but I'm like, who that? That's not me. Mm-mm. And then so like Dominican Republic, like you said, Julian, I don't live in DR. You know, I don't live there. You know, and like, I love my country. I do. I don't live there anymore. But bestie, I'm an Afro Dominican. I am a Dominican American, first gen. I live here. I'm from here. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I just want to be able to write Dominican or Dominicana and be excited. And I put Dominican ones, and somebody came into my thing and they were like, "You're not even living in DR," and I was just like, "Really? You don't fucking say." Like, and what about it?
And what?
It still doesn't dismiss the fact that I am Dominican, and like, I don't know, this tax system is lame. Or
It
Can we
is
just-
kind of
Or
odd.
literally give us more tags.
can we
Because-
just put our name in? Can I just do it myself, please? Like,
But like I remember I was able to put even English and Spanish before. I was able to have both tags because I was like, well, can I have bilingual? And I don't think that was an option, but Spanish was there. So I remember I used to be able to have both. But then when Julian was having that thing about the tag on Twitter, I went to check and I was like, that's true. And then I was going to start streaming and I was going to put Spanish again, but Spanish was gone. I can only put Spain now. And I was like, what is happening?
Yeah,
Oh,
because one of the things that mouse person said was like, oh yeah, we made the change because we wanted to distinguish from the language versus the country. So you'll see that we have English and England. And I'm like,
I guess.
You are a dumb
tell me you didn't
bitch.
understand the assignment without telling me you didn't
Right.
understand the assignment. Because like,
That's
hello, like Spanish people are like people from Spain are Spanish, right? So
Right.
like you sorry bestie, like you can't just
Mhm.
do that.
Yeah.
I don't and also that very specific thing has literally nothing to do with Puerto Rican versus Puerto Rico, or Cuban versus Cuba, or like so. What?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
The world may never know.
It's
Right.
so frustrating,
what are
and it's
they
just
thinking?
so wild because, like you said, this is their system. This is something they should be doing, not
Right.
us putting in the work to let them know and
Not them
inform them
getting
about the
jealous of your-
mistakes. Literally, it's like, okay, you know what? Maybe I will do it, but you best believe I'm gonna be expecting a paycheck. So
Mhm.
better write that check.
When peer-to-peer like popped the fuck off, which was like, but wait. Let me try that. And then they were like, oh, we got you, besties. And then we were like,
No, you don't.
okay, sure.
Got you for pride only.
Oh
yeah. And then
the
they're
corporate
like,
points.
fuck you. Yeah.
Corporate pride. We love to.
Hi, gay.
Yeah. So, well, yeah. Well, we're trying. At least we're doing something. Okay. So,
And shout out to everyone that actually signs those petitions, by the way, because they make a
honestly,
difference.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Period.
thanks.
True. Big true. Okay, so we have like a couple of questions before we end. I did link the Padlet in chat like a little while ago. But okay. So, first question is, how do I, as a white streamer, do my best to be an ally? As a member of the LGBTQ plus community, I want to make sure my space is as safe as possible for people of color and other types of identities. Thank you in advance.
Honestly, one of the first things I would say is, watch what you say, because I feel like some people say some things without realizing what they say, and they can be harmful, like particularly like microaggressions. Because if I'm a POC in your chat, and this is what I usually do before I follow anyone, is just lurk for a little bit, see what they're about, see what they say. If I hear something I don't like, I'm gonna leave. I'm definitely gonna leave, and I probably won't come back. So if you want to feel really safe and inclusive to a POC person, just watch for those microaggressions. You know, like, don't make fun of our cultures as well, just because that's the thing that I've heard a lot about, particularly white people, is, oh, well, I didn't know that this was racist. Oh, I didn't know that this was a microaggression.
Yeah.
Because their only other friends are white people, you know? So do ask some questions, do a little bit of research first, you know? Keep that stuff off your stream, and I would very much emphasize, watch who you have on your stream, because not all your friends know either. Because I can't tell you how many times I've been on someone's stream and I've heard their friend on Discord that they're playing DBD with. Yes, I'm saying this specifically to DBD people. Because when you get heated in the moment, I hear some people say some really questionable shit, and people get heated on DBD fast. But and we all know gay people only play DBD anyway, so I'm just kidding. But
Okay,
No
you're
light
not wrong.
expected.
But like, you're
no,
not wrong
DBD is
though.
a gay game.
I was
It's a
gonna
great
say.
game.
It really is though. Like, I was just like, I realized that all the people that I know that play DVD are like 99% queer. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Dead by
hold up, wait a
Daylight.
minute. Gay by Daylight. That should be like a
But
tournament.
I like
definitely
that.
something to consider, you know, like, watch who you allow on your stream as well, because
True.
they don't always necessarily make it feel safe too.
And also bring that all the way back to the very beginning, is that tokenizing thing. Don't tokenize people, because we know we're not stupid. We know what that looks like. So also, like, be aware of accidentally tokenizing people, because I will say that, like, I'm sure that stuff maybe happens without like you like consciously doing it, because that's just how you are in society as like someone who has white privilege. It's like, oh, I should make sure that I include these types of people, and then you purposely seek them out to do something, and it's like, why couldn't you just consider me anyway? And also like the whole, oh yeah, well I have XYZ friends. It's like, can't I just be your friend? Why do I have to be your XYZ friend? So stuff like that, little things, being aware of things like that go a long way, I would say.
And we're not all the same.
Right. No, literally, like across the entire group here, we represent like, what is it, 5, not including the United States, like countries. Like there's like a lot of diversity in this very tiny group of people. So like, just be aware of who you're talking to and who's listening. And also, if you're being cautious of who's listening, maybe that should tell you to make changes in how you talk in the first place. Oh, go ahead. What, Ed? Sorry.
I was just gonna say also, like, we briefly spoke about this at the beginning, but like Google's also free. So if you have questions about like POC, Google first. Don't expect your POC friends to always answer. Not everyone needs to answer your questions. So don't get frustrated if they tell you Google's free.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like oftentimes, like, I'm people's like source of news, or like for like other POC people. Like we know if we're your only POC friends. Like Twitter is one of like the very easiest places to see. Like if I'm the person you're only retweeting for like other POC news, then you need to diversify who you follow on Twitter. I can't be the only one doing it for you.
You're not the spokesperson.
Yeah.
Quit treating me like I'm the spokesperson, because I talk mad shit and I can't have people looking at my fucking Twitter all the time.
We have Edward, the spokesperson.
This is Edward. Okay.
And also, like, piggybacking off of what Ed said, or Edward, sorry. If we give you a link, that's the most we can do. Don't expect a conversation out of that link. I'm giving you the link. Look, a lot of the time, this might seem very aggressive, but sometimes all I can give you is a link and call it a day. And that was me speaking to you. Because, Shailene, you also mentioned it earlier, looking at anything that's politics, these last few years, especially, it's like really these last few years, make my eye hurt right now. Like my eyes started twitching just thinking about it. And we have to protect ourselves mentally, because everything that's going on affects us in one way or another, or our future, whoever, so it's like, give us a break. When we're not trying to be mean for the sake of being mean. We just literally need to protect our mental health, because again, we do not have the privilege of just turning off the TV or just like ignoring what's going on, because it's our lives. It's our everyday lives.
Yeah.
And I would say also for this question, like, don't be upset if somebody who is POC then, says that they were uncomfortable in your stream, or POC people don't come to your stream, because it takes, like, being an ally is so much more. Like, I hate the word ally, and I don't use it for myself because I'm always learning. I'm still human. Like, I don't know everything. I might fuck shit up, and because it's just so much more than just a word. It's a commitment to learning. It's a commitment to working on your own internalized biases and everything like that. And a lot of people, whether we're talking about POC or we're talking about queer people or whomever, like, marginalized people have a lot of trauma already, from people, from just society, have trauma from being around people who said they were a safe space and ended up not being a safe space. So it's really going to take like a lot more effort and a lot of just just be you and do the things that you know are appropriate, right? To be supportive of people of color, of queer people, of whomever. And eventually people will notice, right? And for example, like I might notice something of somebody who, let's just say specifically being related to being trans, and I might say, oh, I noticed that this person's really putting in the work and they're educating themselves and they're showing, they're supporting trans voices. And then I go and I tell another trans friend of mine, hey, oh, I felt safe in this person's stream and I recognize the work that they're doing. And it's going to be it's going to be word of mouth that gets people to come into your stream and recognize that it's a supportive and safe space, not you doing any one thing in particular.
True. Yeah, having like a flag that says this is a safe space isn't the same thing. Work to make sure you're speaking out when the trolls come through or whatever. Like, you have to put in that work.
Or when your friend says something sketchy, because I
call
have
out
to say
your fucking friends.
That's when people really quiet down, when their friends say something sketch and like no one says anything. And
Right.
Personally, it's not my place or my job to tell someone how to learn or run their stream or what to say and what not to say on stream. So
yeah,
don't say anything you don't know anything about, do some research instead of just spewing something. But if your friend says something, be like, hey, we don't tolerate that. We don't agree with that. I don't support that. That's not right. That's not true. We shouldn't be that way, or like call that shit out, like then and there, squash that bug, because silence is very loud when it comes to those moments. And let me tell you, everyone who's watching can see it, because if streamers do anything very well is show how they're feeling on their faces.
Yeah.
And you can definitely tell and see when someone has that like second thought, because I've seen it myself in some people's streams when someone says something fucked up and they know, but they don't say anything until someone else says something. But
yeah,
it's like a learning process and people are gonna fuck up, but just buckle down and get ready for the ride, because we don't have that taste of privilege otherwise.
Playing with randos.
Do you think people
sketchy.
Don't say anything because they're afraid to come out as, like, I guess problematic or something?
Or like calling out?
Like as a streamer, like when you see a streamer not speaking out, do you think they're doing it because of like they have certain goals of like, I want to grow my channel or I want to go to partner or whatever? And do you think that's a reason that stops them from actually speaking up?
I think so. I think that speaking out against stuff like that puts you in a box of like the people who do speak out. And I feel like if you're speaking out against it, like the people of Twitch will have your back, but like the higher up won't, because they're like, oh, well, they talk a lot about politics and like we don't want to talk about politics because that like splits our audience, because we don't know what our audience like thinks of. So like we don't want to exclude the Republicans. We want to make sure that they feel like they're comfortable here too. So like I feel like a lot of people do that because they don't want to exclude part of their audience. But also I feel like those are the streamers who are into streaming exclusively for the money, not for building a community and not for like for themselves, like as happiness. They're in it for the money. And they're like, I can't exclude these people because that's taking off part of my fucking paycheck. So I feel like there is people who don't do that. And I feel like those are probably part of the reasons. And I feel like that's also why people might have a hard time becoming successful, because this platform does cater to like cishet white men, and that's a large chunk of the audience. And I feel like being somebody who brings up topics that are hard to discuss or like politicized, and you're not on that space, then I feel like they walk away from you and then you lose out on that. So it's like, it's hard. But I feel like I would rather connect with the gays TM anyway.
Yes.
So
I was just gonna
Same.
fuck 'em.
I was literally gonna say that because I'm just like, you don't want to hurt their feelings, but I'm like, Bessie, I didn't come here for your feelings. I came here to be who I am. And if you don't like that, then why are you here? But thank you for the free viewing. No, thanks for the view. Thanks for the view. Because, and again, like Shailene was saying, like, yeah, they're scared to mention these things because of money, and I'm just like, but you're gonna, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense in my head, because it's just like, why would you make other people uncomfortable in your chat as well, just so you can make $5 off of somebody?
Right.
It just
And
doesn't make any sense
$2.50,
to
not
me.
even $5.
right.
Right.
250.
Yo, for real, I was like, wait, I forgot.
Right.
250.
I feel like another reason is sometimes, particularly people who don't actually do the research, I feel like sometimes they get scared or like nervous because they don't know how to respond. So they don't say anything in the moment, but then they just kind of let it go and it happened, and no one says anything, but it still happened, you know? So it's kind of like, it's still really sketch in my mind, because to me that just means you were worried about your appearance and
Yep.
what you were gonna look like in the moment, and you might get caught looking a certain way. But if that's what you're worried about, then you don't really care, you know? Like, you don't actually care about us or
Exactly.
keeping a safe space for us, because that just says and speaks about appearances and nothing else.
Exactly.
So if you don't know, just if something sounds wrong to you, I would honestly just say, can you not say things like that, you know? Or like, I don't know much about this topic, but I know that that's not right, or that sounds very wrong, and like, we shouldn't be saying
Yeah.
that sort of thing. Something as simple as that goes a long way to just not saying anything at all.
And like by keeping around like people who actually are problematic, like that's like you telling the rest of the community to like you're fine.
No mistake.
It's just like telling the rest of your community that like you don't care about them too. So it's like
Yeah.
it's complicated, but like also it's kind of not.
Like, just ban them. I guarantee your
Right.
space will be so much better without them. Don't
Exactly.
be scared. Don't be nervous about people saying things. If you ban someone, who fucking cares? If they're problematic and they're upset that you banned them, maybe it's time to ban them too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to set boundaries with your friends.
Exactly.
And if they don't accept it, they were not your friends. So,
Period.
Yep.
I'm putting something in Gen chat for y'all. You could take a look
oh,
at that.
let's hope
for
I
me.
don't go to the other channel. and disconnect.
no. Oh no. I think that's good. What I sent. But also I don't have it unmuted because I don't want it to come through on stream. I saw the tags though.
I see the tags as well. I'm
Yeah.
reading.
But I obviously also can't hear anything, so but let me know what you think, because I think that's From what I can see and know, that sounds fine to me. Use that ban button liberally. I have unban requests for it if it was misunderstanding, but like haven't had one yet. Oh my gosh, my unban requests. I post them on Twitter sometimes. Or just like shit people try to get away with saying in my chat. And I'm just like... My favorite is now that they added the tag plus size. I get people coming in and they're like, "You're fat," and I'm like, "Oh my god, I didn't fucking know. Nobody told me."
Wait,
Oh
they
my
have that
God.
tag?
Yeah, they do have a plus size tag.
Oh my god, I want to I really want to add it now so then somebody can come and say that to me and I'm like, yes, and
Yep.
water is wet. Next on the 11 o'clock news. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
exactly. Like, fuck you. I already know. I've been fat for a long time, but thank you for letting me know.
Right. I'm still hotter and smarter than you.
Exactly.
And taller. Like,
Thank
what?
you. Yeah, I'll dunk on you. Excuse me. I'll dunk on you and then steal your mom's.
I'll dunk on you.
Yeah.
No, but for real though. I told that to somebody on Twitter the other day. They said my friend was fat, and I'm like, and water is wet. You look like a used Q-tip. Go away.
Oh wait.
And they were
Come
like,
on.
you're 28, and I'm like, babes, I'm taller, hotter, smarter, and funnier than you.
Yay.
All right. Let's see here.
It sucks.
All right, besties. I'm going to hold us to that 30 minutes. And save the other questions for next time. But yes, next week, same time, same Sundays. I will see you guys there. We're going to raid this person named Granivore, who is currently playing Dead by Daylight.
Our favorite game.
Mhm. And,
Gays.
and we peeped, and they seem cool. I don't know their pronouns. I don't think I
They,
saw
them,
it.
but any
They,
is
them.
fine.
Was it? It was they.
Yeah, I think I
Yes,
saw
they,
the
them.
non-binary tag,
Ah, okay.
right?
Yeah. And they
Yeah,
put
their
they,
bio
them.
says they, them, yeah.
Here is our raid message. If I can get it in there before we travel. Yeah, but thank you guys so much for coming out. I know that we went over like where we can find us last time. We have like 10 to 15 seconds, so my apologies. I fucked up. But if you see my Twitter ever, I usually tag everybody who is here, so I will be doing that again today. Thank you guys so much for being here. We have By the Ounce. We have Ed, aka I Geeked Out. We have It's Jen Possible, Sailor Dovey, and the Juliancito. And we'll catch you guys next time. Have a good evening. Raid message